Mm. What's up, man? It's morning. We went on here talking about we was talking about Chud the Builder as far as let me play my well, so Chud was out and out and about, We had some stuff about him earlier today. I think he had his hat stolen. Um Guy was harassing him. That guy's on Twitter showing off the hat. And later today, I don't know, later tonight, he got into some type of argument in a restaurant. He was asked to leave. His reputation. He was asked to leave a restaurant. He got upset. He didn't want to pay for the food. He was live streaming that. Like I don't know. Maybe he. I don't know if you get kicked out. Do you have to pay? The guy said no. You're gonna leave and you're gonna pay, and he didn't leave. So he was arrested. Later, when they found him, he was arrested. So that was his Saturday night, man. That's the way you would want to spend a Saturday night, walking around a city in America, um, and harassing other Americans and developing a reputation where people don't even want to be in the same restaurant with you. And this is what happens on some type of personal uh, mission to try to fight some made up fight. And you talk about uh, um, the podcasters and stuff. And see, all of that stuff eventually it can catch up to you, man. Eventually. This isn't the proper way. This isn't the appropriate way of how we function in America. But he's finding out, man. He was arrested last week for it said targeting women. So these arrests they add up over time. And he's got a child. From what the guy said, he has a kid. He should think about his kid's future. He you should think about it. His kid's gonna be more like that guy who stole his hat than like him. And the decisions that are made, though, you do have to wonder. Though, once again, you have to wonder. I get it. There's a financial reward in it. Okay, I got that. I got that. There is. There's people who want to see that. There are people out there for a lot of reasons want to see that type of content. They want to see what he's doing. They want to watch it. They're intrigued by it. They're interested. He was arrested um, again. I think last week was this seven. He was arrested last week with the incident. Yeah, he's getting the attention, and he's got the guys on. I think Myron Gaines. He's got the podcasters interested in his story, but he's going to have a hard time talking about black people and all of this stuff, and he's getting arrested because that goes against what we stand for. That just goes against what we're standing for as a union. You have to work within the system, not against the system. It's called peaceful protest. You don't go and protest someone and you hurl racial slurs at them, demanding that they give you what you're looking for while you insult their background, their heritage, you insult their future. And Chud needs to see that our children are our future. The streamer who stole his hat. I mean, he's 28. The guy who stole his hat, I don't know how old he is. Possibly he's younger than that, and that's really what the social media world. It's more attuned to the guy who stole his hat than it is him. But that's fine if you want to stream and make money, and you just can't harass people. You can't target women. And this is what happens is they build a case. The judge gonna look at all those incidents and all of this stuff about I'm free speech and I just want to have my say. And well, I mean, that might be, you might have a point that you want to, the world is about free speech. You may have a point, but it's how you're going to solve the problem. There's a method. There's a method to the madness. There's a method to the procedures. And once again, this is how you have to get other people to assemble on your behalf. And we see that the 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 demographic in Nashville, the demographic that he was trying to spark, they're on the opposite end of him. He's not going to get a whole lot of law-abiding citizens who's going to spend a Saturday walking around Nashville dropping N bombs, trying to sit quote unquote free speech. They're going to probably be living their life. They're probably going to think of a lot of things they could do than walk around with that situation. There's the kick streamer suggested there was some issues with his son. Something's going on. As far as he sounds like he's manosphere in some of the things he says. He sounds like it, but the point is solving the problem. And do you solve the problem if you go into restaurants and you're asked to leave, and then you start just creating more problems. You're arrested in the middle of the street. That's going to go viral. People are going to see that. Yeah, you've already got your antagonists. You got your malcontents. Yeah, you're going to have those. You got those all over social media. There are people who are waiting for him like a catcher is waiting for a pitcher to throw him the ball. They're waiting on him with open arms. But are those platforms, are those places that spark change? Or do they just pour gasoline on the fire? Because then it becomes irrelevant. It just doesn't matter what your mission is. If your mission is you're just going to podcasters who share your sentiment, but they don't really have the audience and they don't have the things you need to help you achieve your goal. And is this a goal? And we already talked about it's just a matter of time. He survived last night. He was arrested. Just a matter of time as he becomes more and more known. These guys, you got guys out here trying to jump a rap career off, white and black. You got guys out here been doing hip hop. They've been rapping. They've been rapping for underground for years, and they feel like they've never had their shine. They've never had their opportunity. Just from a standpoint of social media, like the other guy was saying, he's a mark. He's an easy play. There are people have been trying to get in the media with their music, and they see you as an opportunity. You're walking opportunity, which makes it dangerous for you. And to a certain degree, you're being rescued when the police come out and they take you in custody. They're sort of saving you, because when these people get full of liquor, and you are in Nashville, but when these people get full of liquor and the club closed, man, that's when a lot of stuff happens. A lot of stuff happens when that club right about 30 minutes before it closed, people start flocking out to the park. People already got things in there. Things are bound to happen, negative things right when it closes. People full of liquor. You got people camped out waiting on people to come out. You got people who have never even went in there. They're out there waiting for the crowd to come out. They're looking for people. Go look it up in the news. This is unfortunate. I don't agree with this, but this is that lifestyle. And you're out there, and guys trying to get a hip hop career going. Guys are out there. Guys see an opportunity. Guys liquored up. He's not in his right mind. You got guys out here going to jail for life for less. for less going for less, for less, just out and about. Yeah, and so to a certain degree, it ended in that. This is, you have to reflect too. He needs to reflect on the decisions that he's been making as a man. Are they leading him in the right direction? And what's the goal? What's the goal? He was arrested again. And this whole pursuit of free speech, and I can say the N word. I mean, I don't know the composition of the Nashville prison, and believe it or not, they're probably content with him saying it. I'm not saying that they're on some type of soul. Um, the people that are incarcerated in Nashville could probably care less about the N word. So he's in a prison with shared minds. How's he solving his goal? He still got to do the functions of that. He still got to live his life and his future. And these podcasters are going to use him. I mean, I hope he knows that. They want you to come on their podcast because they want to use you. They're going to use you for their benefit. They don't care. They don't care about your struggle or anything you're going through. They may even give you some money for the Cash App, but they're going to use you. That's what their intentions are, to use you. Hop on you got a buzz going. There's a certain degree of you have a point. You have an interesting point. I don't think you can stop people from talking, though. It is free speech. Provoking speeches, that's illegal. Harassment, racial harassment, targeting women. If you're a guy and you don't like women and you are out there looking for them, you're you're going up to them with your criticism of them, and you're the one that's interacting with them. That's illegal. They're going to arrest you if you do that. You can make a case after case after case after case about how they shouldn't do it. And what about a man's rights? And what about a man? Go ahead, make your case, but you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to disturb the peace. You're just not going to be able to do it. If you have political issues, then you'll have to go within the political theater to make those issues heard. You're not going to be able to just do that on the square, the town square. You just can't go there and harass people, and you have to know what you say. People talk about free speech. You can't say what you say on these YouTube channels. You can say that all you want to. No, you can't. No, you can't. We've seen a rise in certain people. You've got Rumble, you've got other platforms. But if you want to be honest, you can't just say anything you want to say. No, you can't. No, you can't. That's harassment. If you get on a bus, and you talk sexual with women that you don't know and they don't want that, you can't say that. You can say, well, I can say anything I want. It's free speech. Okay, you're rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice that when the police confront you, that they understand and they're just happy. Well, she went her way, you went yours. You guys, you need to go ahead, and we don't want any trouble out here. We don't want any issues. That's up to you. You don't know. Just like he's getting cuffed. You don't know. He can cuff you. So no, you can't. So just the whole concept, I get what he's saying, but he's taking it out of context and he's using it to do harm. Free speech doesn't mean you can harass other people. Free speech doesn't mean you can just say anything you want. No, you can't. Now, he's saying the people react violently and all of that. Well, I mean, those are racial wounds. Those are some people, for a lot of people, it's an issue. And just because, why have a discussion about it? Just respect other people. Just like I said, that Confederate flag, I don't think that's right that you burn that. Okay, you don't like it. Okay, well, you should respect that some people do. And it flies. I don't know. South Carolina, it still flies over some of the courthouses in America. And it was the Union, but it was not been defined as something that they wanted to get rid of. So they haven't gotten rid of it. And you can say, was this an overplay It's all of this stuff, a backlash from the liberals. You can make a case. I would say, yeah, the country has a the country corrects itself. So that's why you don't. That's why they never really want to be extremist. You never want to deal with the extreme sides of liberalism, or you don't want to deal with the extreme sides of conservatism. And when you say the extreme sides of liberalism, you get into a lot of things that people are not comfortable with, i.e., the Bible. Some people believe in the Bible. And the Democratic Party really lost a footing in the black community when they started to deviate outside the Bible. When they started to be for things that are clearly defined as not biblical, they lost a lot of their following. You know, to a certain degree, the black following feels that there's no other option. But yeah, when you say that we're gonna do things that go against the Bible, when you say we don't know what a woman is, what is a woman, because we want to open the door for men, a man, I'm a man. You want to open the door for a man to walk around saying he's a woman. You know, you're going to lose. People can't stand for that. So even despite Trump, he, to a certain degree, whether you like him or not, he was making a point. And you're talking about going inside people's bedrooms. People want to live their life privately. You know, you're going into people's talking about your kid and changing your kid and all of this stuff, you know, that for a lot of people, a lot of black people, they don't look at that as a political opinion. You know, that goes against what their beliefs. They believe in the Bible. They raise their kids to be good citizens based on biblical principles. They don't agree with a political party saying, okay, now we don't know what a woman is. A political party saying that um, you got to learn pronouns and you got to basically live the life of a transsexual man. When you're a straight man and you don't want to live that way, you want to live the life of a straight man. But you got a political party, you got political leaders, you got Kamala Harris, you got people out there telling you, no, you're wrong. You need to live your life, you know, in a dress. And you know, this is what I'm saying. Who wants to do that? I mean, if you want to, but this is what I'm saying. And most people are like this. If that's what you want to do, that's your business. You're American. If that's what you want to do, but don't tell me I need to mimic it. And that's where there was a correction that needed to be made. Now, you did have an open border policy with people just flooding into the country. I saw that on Obama. He had the border patrol. They was giving them rides. I was like, look at all these people just flooding into America, like right there in my neighborhood. It's all types of poverty. There's guys that have been at the gas station, guys that have been down and out for years. The whole time I'm going to work, I'm seeing the same bums. And they're letting people in, just in flooding the country. And then we see that there was going to be a backlash. People want them out of the country. They start saying, no, you need to get out of here. And these things are going to happen. And then this guy right here, unless he gets, and then that's where you're going to have a problem because you still got law enforcement. If he can get, say, 50 people to walk up and down that sidewalk with him doing the same thing, it becomes a conflict. He's, you know, the whole concept, and I know it's an ego thing. I know it's an ego thing. A lot of people like to make it a big deal and talk about it. It's a big ego thing, but the whole concept that some kind of way, all of these people are going to come around and they're not going to do that. They don't have time for that. They are, when you start talking about the thugs, because I see guys trying to rally up the thugs in the black community, the criminals, the criminal class. They're not going to do anything organized like that. They don't do a lot of that stuff is they don't do it like that. That's what I'm saying. You can't depend on them. So that's why he's able to do it. And he knows what he's doing. And it's like the whole George Zimmerman debate. Why, George Zimmerman he's running around Florida. Every now and then you see him, somebody will live stream him He'll be in the car next to him, but there's nothing going to happen to him. That's not what that group of people do. Yeah, there are a lot of thugs. There are a lot of animals. There are a lot of dysfunctional delinquents. There's a lot of crime in the black community, a lot, too much. But no, they don't get together. They're not heroes. They're not the Avengers. They're not going to assemble and start ridding, they're not Robin Hoods. They're not they're not people that are going to assemble and then start rendering justice within the community. That's not what they do. They are criminals and they're involved in criminal activity and the pursuit of those things. So what you would have if he got about 25 people to join him, you would have a conflict with the law enforcement of that city. If he doesn't have a permit, and he does something like that, he will have to deal with the law enforcement in that city. And what you got to also understand, people got things going on. Now, his situation or whatever, who knows something about his kid, the guy was referring, I don't know. Allegedly, there was some issues. I don't know. But people have a lot of problems. People have issues. People need a quiet place to find themselves, to unwind. They don't need foolishness. And you start talking about going to the state capitol and unwinding, you don't want to be we all got problems. He'd be surprised a lot of those blacks that he's attacking, they probably share common ground when it comes to relationships, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to divorce, when it comes to custody. They might share the same story. He's so busy trying to call him a nigger that he can't really find what he's looking for out there. Now he can't go and get nothing to eat. Now he's being asked to leave, and that's just going to have a snowball effect. We see this more and more, and it's happening at a time in the country where race relations are being strained. Race relations are being strained. He said, why is everybody saying it? Why is everybody saying Obama let all those people in the country that started yeah, that did start a long time. But see, one thing you got to understand about Obama was a liberal. And in many cases, when you talk about, say, a Bill Clinton, right? Because people criticize Clinton. Clinton was a conservative Democrat. He was a conservative Democrat, but Obama was a liberal. And that's what you have to understand. Extremists, you could say Trump. Many people say he's not even a Republican. But he's a populist. When you have these politicians, they set the tone. And Obama had a very liberal stance when it came to immigration. And Obama really wanted to have he wanted to send out the message that everybody's welcome and it's okay and all of that. And within that, people disagreed with him. But he also served the Democratic Party. He's a liberal. You guys need to go and see all of this stuff about his race, him mixed or whatever. Yeah, but he still was a liberal. Obama was not in office saying, I'm a black man, and now that I've gotten in office, I'm going to do things that are focused on my race, my racial makeup, and I'm going to try to right wrongs based on my race. Obama didn't get in office saying that. Obama went in office as a liberal. He ran as a liberal. He was a liberal Democrat. That's the thing that I don't understand with these people who try to saddle, and they don't want to understand it because they're split. You know what? They don't want to understand it. But do you know it's actually racist to do that? Do you know when you saddle a black politician with race, that's right. Now, look, if that's what they're running for, they can run for that. If you want to run for office and you're running on a platform of race, you black, and you're going to make everything better for black people, because blacks and blackity black. You can. You can. But if you're a politician and you're black and you're running as a conservative, your issues are conservative issues. Your issues are not black issues. You're going with conservative issues. Within that, they the concerns of the constituents have to fall within the sphere of what your conservatism is. You have a class of black people who are politically stupid, and they think that because they're black, they could just run for office and get elected, and then because they're black, they can get things. Once again, you couldn't do that even if you were on that type of position. You couldn't do it because it don't work that way. You can't go into a city and then start carving that city up and saying all of these government, oh yeah, all of this stuff, what the Supreme Court did, all these government contracts, that's over. All that stuff about 10% of government contracts, that's all of that's over. All of that is over. Now you can have if they're building like the Atlanta airport, I think Maynard Jackson, he became the mayor of Atlanta, and when they started to build the airport, he demanded that a certain percentage of blacks be recipients of those contracts. He made overnight millionaires. Small firms, people went out, got the equipment. They went into business, they went into construction, they became overnight millionaires because they were a part of that opportunity. When you say no minority contract, well, then the people can come in, lowball, get the whole contract. Now, were they doing it that way? They still was cheating because there were people, a lot of your women got them. Women fell under the minority contract. So you had guys who had businesses, and they would all open up a second business via their wives. It was their business, but it was for them to get in on those minority contracts. So when they had a project, they was able to get a lot more of the project than was supposed to be designated for them. So, but that's all over with. That's all over with. So now you got to make a bid. And you do have general, and they said, can you govern that? I don't know if you can. He said Obama had 3.1 million ICE deportations compared to 900,000 Trump deportation. But Obama is the problem, right? I think there is criticism for his liberal politics. All of that, I grant you, he deportated more people, but you can have an issue with his liberalism because you may not be as liberal as him. You might not be as extreme as him. I think Obama was extreme. I think Obama was an extreme president. I do. I think that anytime you get that, you get a correction. It's almost like the stock market. When the stocks go way too high, the market corrects. It'll start to fall down, and then eventually it'll hit a point within the market that stays consistent until it's either spikes or it drops. And with politics, when you have, and Obama was seen as an extremist, period, because he was a black man. When you have that in this country, you're going to have a correction, and it depends on who's running. The Democrats made a lot of mistakes. They wanted Hillary to win. All of that stuff has to be natural. You don't have to be opposed to a woman running for president, but when one wins, and you're going to have a woman president, it needs to be natural. It's going to be in the natural flow of things. The things with Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi told them the country wasn't ready for it. See, people got to be willing to accept reality. She said, no, they're not ready for it. Yeah, I saw that. I'm looking at that guy. There's a guy in Georgia's hoping the Supreme Court's get rid of the 14th Amendment. Yeah, I saw that. The 14th Amendment, that the citizenship. So, and you have people out here who think they're trying to help the black community. Now, if they get rid of that, I don't know how they're going to play that. I don't. I have no idea how. You'd have to talk to them about that, man. You'd have to talk to them. Yeah, Kamala. Yeah, and within the culture, and if you go over there to India, man, you want to talk about that's a lot of. Go and look at the way the Indian country is run. You ain't seen no poverty. If you was to take some of these bums that you see hanging out in gas stations and all around and put them in India, that's real poverty. You haven't seen poverty till you go over there. You got people, they just shot saw two women trying to hop on those trains. They just got, man, they're gone. They got a lot of problems, man. They have a lot of traffic problems. They have a lot of issues over there. You have to be careful with American society because to a certain degree, people get spoiled. They get used to it. When you go to these foreign countries, and I've been looking at a lot of these, the DRs. I see the what the passport bros and go to the Dominican Republic and go to Colombia. Man, look, I can agree with a lot of stuff you guys say, but the crime over there is ridiculous. Oh, that's no different than America. It's a big difference than America. The crime in those foreign countries is just because of the drug trade and all of the illegal activities. Man, they just walk up to you. They just walk up to you and wipe you out. And it's just, yeah, I wouldn't, I've seen so much of that. Guy in there trying to eat in a restaurant. These guys just run on them, just run down on them. Does that happen in America? That happens, but it's not as common as you think. I went to the Philippines. I saw AK-47s hanging off all the security. Never seen that before. I saw armed security all over the place. Walking up the streets, armed security. You see a guy with a AK hanging off his side. He look at you, then he keep walking. Saw that all over the place. I said, man, I'm back. I'm out of here. I said, fuck this. No, I didn't like it. I didn't feel safe. I just didn't feel safe. I said, I don't like being somewhere where you look outside and you see a bunch of people with AK-47s. And, you don't talk to them because you're like, why do they have to be armed like that? Is there something? Apparently, they're trying to protect it from something. You got pirates or something. I don't want to be there. I'll wait. I'll go somewhere else. Yeah, it just wasn't my thing, man. Very violent countries. And if you don't travel, you don't understand. Now, he said he found his wife there. There you go. I see that Abba Priest thing, that the woman that they're are having an issue with is a Filipino woman. I understand. So go to South Africa, women can't walk in an upper class neighborhood alone. Yeah. Yeah, well, you do see what look. Oh man, I don't know what to say, man. A lot of these countries are going to govern. They're going to govern the way they know how. A lot of these countries are going to take certain positions and do them the way they know how. That's what they're going to do. And it's going to be different. Now, when you say a place like Malaysia, paradise, Singapore, paradise, these places they're not crime free, but I'm just saying when you talk about mirroring America to something, they mirror America, but they're a little bit, they're cleaner. They're friendly. The people are very friendly. It's not positioned or sectioned off in one section. No, anywhere you go, the people, we hopped in a cab in Malaysia, and um, I told the guy, I said, "Hey, just take me into this country, man. Take me to 5 miles into the country and let me out." Right? He drove, and I was looking around, looking at the streets looking at the roads, the way the bridges, and we drove, and then right around there, he slowed down, and he said, "Right here." I said, "Yeah, let me out," and I got out. I said, "I want to be in country. I don't want to go. I don't want to be around where Americans are. I just don't want to be around Americans." I'm like, nah. When I travel, I want to be a foreigner. That's what I don't want to be around some district or some part of the country that's been Americanized. And let me tell you, man, it was a joy. I mean, people were just wonderful, man. They saw a black man, they were so friendly to me. I get it. I was a foreigner, but they were so friendly. I get that part. There wouldn't be no different than if an Australian dude, went to Chicago, the way he would be received. But what I'm saying is it was so wide open. It was so friendly. It was just so beautiful. It was so wonderful. And you see a side of people, or you see a side of life that you don't often see. Now, was I on some I'm trying to smash the women? Not all the time. Not all the time. At that moment, I was actually a tourist. I had a good time though, man. I had a good time, and it was easy. Once I was in country like that, I hung out for hours. Uh, People talked. I talked to them. Had a great time, man. And when I needed to go back, I just hopped in the cab. There was plenty of cabs. It's just like a regular thing. Man, only thing is the language is different. The city is, it's built a little different, but it's fun times. Alcohol, you're looking for a little liquor, right there. Actually, it's easier than in America. It's easier to get stuff like that. Singapore, great place. Followed the rules. All of that. Just they don't play the spray paint. They don't want people messing up their country. But if you are following the law, they don't bother. Even though I was a foreigner, they don't bother you. Police drive by, they don't bother you. They don't want to see your papers. Now, if you're doing stuff and they get a phone call, yeah, yeah. If you're being rude, if you're being an American asshole, yeah, you're going to run into problems, just like this guy. But no, if you're just there taking in the sights, respectful, and they're respecting you and doing what you want to do, they don't bother you. And I do envy that. So when I talk to a lot of the people, I say, yeah, I do miss that part of travel. I do. I don't know these guys. What's up with you, Shaka Nulu? I don't know these guys. Jim Geo Zim spends too much time in Texas. I don't know. These are people you guys know. Okay, I don't know these guys, man. Yeah, and that's something else too. The podcasters, or the people they bring stuff over, man. I mean, let that dude, if that's what he is, that's what he is. Say he's a white Hispanic. That's fine with me, man. He can be whatever he says he is. You got people out here who they don't even, what is a woman? You know what I mean? They don't even know. When you think about that, man, yeah, that's insane. And we know that the Supreme Court justice, she said she didn't know. That's yeah. She must be really going. I bet she wish she didn't have that job, bro, as being on the Supreme Court. But what she's got to do is she's got to write her opinions and do her job and give her opinion, and that's just it, man. We got some people in here. They don't like him. He said he's the perfect talent. Says he's a. I guess he's talking about the streamer, he's a perfect representative of what America is like. America is a racist country. We have people who may not be racist themselves who will say America is not racist, but America is racist. Well, the the issue with that is um people have faults. There are a lot of people have their flaws. That we don't live in a perfect uh world. We don't live in a perfect world. We don't live in a perfect country. People are subject to mistakes, or not even a mistakes, intentional mistakes. There are people out there who will treat you different or bad based on your race. You're right. You're right. But what you have to do is navigate a world. And I know people don't want to hear that. I agree it shouldn't happen, but people are not perfect. That's see when you have the idea that we have to be in a perfect world, you're putting yourself in a hell of a position, man. We have to live in a perfect world. Can we? We already talked about it. If we went to Mars, if they took 500 people, if they took 500 people to Mars, and of the 500, were 50 of them were. Now we had to go with a smaller number than that. I'd say 10 of them were in their 30s. The rest of them were between 30 and 20. And then you had all infants. Say, I'm talking about you had robots take care of them. I'm talking about 1 year olds, something like that. People, and you took 500 people to Mars. Once you got to Mars, and once you established a colony, and those babies grew up on Mars, they're still the nature of people is they're still going to find their tribes. They're just going to do it. And you're not going to be able to erase what's inside the over 30 crowd. That's going to be passed down to the others, and the others are going to pass it down. And even if they were all robots, when they came of a certain age, it's human nature. It's called survival. It's just human nature. It doesn't, but I agree with you. It doesn't have to depend on race, but oftentimes it depends on appearance. It depends on that. But it doesn't have to depend on race. But yeah, I'd like to see that because I think that still would be a certain amount of segregation and racism within that 500, within that group of children that grew up on Mars, because it's sort of our human nature. Now, treating people unfair, you shouldn't do it. That's why you have courts. But people do it. It's like saying a man who gets married, he should be happy or he could cheat. Well, he shouldn't do it, but he does because he wants to do it. But he shouldn't do it, but he does. So when you say racism, I agree with you. But no, I'm not here saying um, that you can't remedy it. You just got to move on. The racism really is more about the legislature. You want to be treated fair by them. You want to have a fair opportunity in America. You want your fair chance at the American pie. You don't want a legislator interfering with that. As far as the guy next to you, your neighbor, the guy down the street, that's a choice. If they want to judge people by race, that's a choice they're making. But it's really not that impactful. Like I said, as long as they don't infringe on you. As long as those people do what they're being, if they work at a convenience store and you go in the store to get gas and they don't like you because you're a different race than them, they don't like you because of that. But you can buy gas there, then you can buy gas there. And as long as they're respectful, but if they're disrespectful, that would be any store. You just won't patronize the store. But we're different people now, though, man. When you talk about the civil rights, the 60s, we were a different people. We're different people now. I have no idea what's going to become. He said this Australian Aboriginal noticed that only Black Americans are racist and full of hate. Only Black Americans. And you in Australia, Michael, Michael, you're not being, you know what I don't like about this YouTube stuff is people don't feel comfortable having a conversation. Because, Mike, you're an Aboriginal and you think of Black Americans, you think that's where the racism is. You're in Australia. Mike, you got to be joking. And look, God bless the Aboriginal people. Uh, uh, God bless them, but they went through absolute hell when what was that? The Brits, they went to Australia. Australia was a colony, a prison colony or something like that, and the local inhabitants, they just went in and just mass. And this guy's talking about Black Americans, brother. Y'all say your cup runneth over, brother. But see, he's probably not telling the truth, and that's the problem with these things. These guys are not telling the truth. We as we sit here, they're redistricting this country based on racial gerrymandering it racially so that they can have the power. And you got a man saying it's Black Americans, and you got a man that's claiming to be Aboriginal and the history of Australia and what happened to the original Aboriginal people. And he's talking about Black Americans. You do have to wonder what's going on with a lot of the people, man. Yeah, Michael. Michael, it's called brainwashing. Michael, you've been brainwashed. Yeah, I knew that was a troll. Yeah, he ran out. And that's what I'm saying. The guy's brainwashed. He's brainwashed to hate Black people. And he justifies it by saying they're doing something. They don't have no power. It's like, you mean prejudice? Because that must be what you're talking about. Black people don't have the power to be racist. They can be prejudiced. They can dislike people based on race, but they don't have the power to be racist. And if you're referring to the people who don't like immigrants and all of that, then you need to cite that. But no, Black Americans across the board, they harbor no ill will toward really anybody. Now, once again, if you start talking about that criminal class, the church community, they don't really deal with them like that. Now, a lot of them are their kids, but you know what I mean. I'm saying they don't really deal with them. You have a lot of brainwashed individuals who say ridiculous things, and a lot of time they learned it on talk radio. They learned it. They've been pushed by a social media that's an echo chamber, and they within their lives, they believe these things. Look at this. He says Australia is the epitome of racism. They went over there and stole Aboriginal land, and now they treat them like outcasts. And yeah, talented. Thank you. Yeah, can you imagine that? Can you imagine what he said? And I'm sympathetic to his cause. In fact, when I was in Australia, I hung out with a bunch of Aboriginals. I had a great time. They were Australians. They were some Australian dudes who happened to be Aboriginal. Wonderful guest. Yeah, felt very comfortable with them. Showed me a couple of places to eat, and you know. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah. Also, and also the white women. And that's probably why he's talking like that. Yeah, them white women, yeah, in Australia, bro. Those white women, they will flip you, bro. He probably caught up. Yeah, I seen it. Now that's the women in Australia, the white women, they were beautiful. Not my thing, but a bunch of my friends, it was their thing. And believe me, they indulged. But yeah, I can say after doing that, man, you probably will. You probably done gave up the fight. They broke him, bro. Hey man, live your life though. If that's what you want to do. Yeah, them guys, they put a sign on the hotel door. I can't even say it on YouTube. But I knocked on the door. I saw the sign. And it was about 9 of them in there, man. It was about 4 guys, 4 black guys, and about 9 Australian women. And they were in various stages of dress. And they invited me in and wanted to know if I was interested. I said no, but it was a couple of guys. They said so and so already said as soon as they get off, they're coming. So they're hanging around for the other guys to come up. Yeah, they were just in there eating and having fun, man. And hey, man, live your life, man. You only live once. And yeah, they was going to be out of um the guys were going to be leaving. So I guess, I'm not Australian. I guess the women said, hey, I'm finna go in here and have my fun with these Americans. And, and they're going to leave. And I'm going to go back to doing what I normally do. He said, sounds made up. Well, JR, you can think that. You can think what you want. I know I've seen it. And I know I walked into that thing. I had seen about 8 of them, about 8 or 9. It was about 4 guys in there. And you need to go to Australia, then you know what I'm talking. See, that's what I'm saying. You come up here and you interrupt and you don't know what you're talking about. You need to go there. And you have no idea what you're talking about because if you went there, you know what I'm talking about. Those women have a preference for black American men. That's their preference. Is that all of the women in Australia? No, it's not. But there's a segment that do like American men. And if you got people, when you have a base, the people on that base live and they intermarry. And they have preferences. And the women wanted to do it. And the guys wanted to do it, so they got together. Oh, that sounds made up. Okay, well, that's your thing, man. If you think it's made up, it's made up. He said about 8 or 9 women and 4 guys. Ha ha. I lived there for 4 years. Where have you lived? Well, I don't live there. But you lived there. You know what? And that's sad too, JR. You lived there and you couldn't indulge into the delicacies of Australia. That's where your anger is coming from, brother. JR, that's where all of that anger is coming from. Some black guys. And these were low ranking. These guys were like E3s. They were like low ranking guys, but the ladies liked them. The ladies found the hate, man. You know how women are? He said 8 or 9 and 4 guys. And you went to Australia and all you did was sniff kangaroos and I don't know what you did down there, man, but clearly you didn't indulge in the delicacies, brother. And I hate that you wanted to and you couldn't. And you are living in a fantasy land. Everybody doesn't, the interplay is not the same. And I can't believe you say that. You need to go around 300 men and a foreign country and let the chips fall where they may. Whether you like it or not, some of those men are going to get multiple women. You might not agree with that, and maybe that's not your experience. But it is the experience of some men. Let me tell you something, JR. That's not my experience. I haven't had that type of play with women where I'm getting 4, 5 of them a clip, but some men do have that. So what do? Hate those men? Have nothing against those dudes. That's their life, man. Live your life. Enjoy yourself. And enjoy those women. I mean, those women were having fun. I'm not their father. I just looked in the door. I said, I'm all right. I was already good. He said, I'm a fantasy. He said, you're a fantasy. Pick up a book. Start with the Bible. Is that what this is about? You're a missionary. You're trying to save my beloved soul. Is that what you're trying to do? You're doing missionary work? Yeah, and some of these guys, man, yeah, they don't get it, brother. I wish you the best, brother. And I hate that you don't understand. I hate that you didn't enjoy Australia from the perspective of a black man. I hate that, brother. I hate that, JR. And I ain't mad at you, man. It's a beautiful country. But, but maybe if you would have put that Bible down, maybe things would have been different. I'm not saying, I mean, you should, if you're a Christian, ain't nothing wrong with religion. Find your faith and believe in it. Yeah, he got locked up, man. We had a guy and he done, yeah, go to sleep, man. JR, go to sleep. Yeah, all right, man. But don't be a hater, man. Yeah, look like he chimped out. Yeah, last night. That's if you go around here looking for trouble, man, you find it. The guy was arrested. We covered some of his stuff yesterday. He got his hat taken, or just a bunch of stuff happened to him, and he was arrested last week when he pepper sprayed. They got him. They said harassing women. That's what they said. Now they're getting him. He walked out on a meal. I don't know why you would do that. He got up. Shop owner asked him to leave, and they reserved the right to refuse service. This was a white guy. They don't. That's what I'm saying. They don't want this racist dude hurling insults at the customers, and they asked him to leave. He tried to get out. He got mad that they asked him to leave, and he didn't want to pay the guy, and the guy did the proper thing. So this is what people need to understand. He didn't take the matter into his own hands. He left and he reported it. That's theft. And he was picked up in addition to the other complaints. And and there's a bunch of people out there. There's a bunch of people out there, a lot of black people, who give him a pound and support what he's doing. But in a way, and I don't know if he understands this, it sorely defeats what he's trying to do. He's on this white. Well, now he says he's on a free speech mission. Okay, let's go with that. He's on a free speech mission. Can you believe this? This is what I'm talking about. Can you believe that? That dude said TDS. Why are you bringing up Trump? Who's even mentioned Trump? You brought him up. You see what I'm saying? And this is harassment. You know what I'm saying? This guy just jumps in here talking about Trump. But everybody's talking about no Trump, man. This guy's on video now. He talks about Trump. This guy, he talks about Trump. Go and listen. It's not very flattering. I haven't even mentioned Trump. Oh, what does that mean? TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, right? Yeah, whatever, man. You know what? Anyhow, he says he's 28 years old in Nashville. And unfortunately, these things happen. Man, let me tell you something. And most of us, we've traveled. This ain't the way, man. There's a better way. There's just a better way. If you go out and you travel to some country, you brought up Australia. Do you want to be there, being a nuisance, or you want to go enjoy the country, enjoy the finer things, all the things that encompasses that country? Yeah, this is a major mistake. He said he got arrested for words. No, um, he got up on a meal. There was a disagreement at a restaurant. He was asked to leave, and I think I seen the video. It's on Twitter. He says, "Well, you kicking me out?" And the guy says, "Yeah." He said, "I'm not paying." And the guy said, "Well, no, you're going to leave and you're going to pay." He said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Well, then I can stay." He said, "No, you got to leave." And the guy left. And then later on, there's a video of him being apprehended. So, um, yeah, I mean, now he's known, and see, we're up there. He's known. You got the internet everywhere. He's known now. He's well known. Said, well, he's going to get that charge dropped. What charge are you going to get dropped? The getting up, leaving off your meal? He'll probably have to pay a fine. This you said Bob keeps saying his opinion. Bob, what's going to happen is people like you, good people, who think he's putting up a good fight, y'all got to go out there and join him. You got to go out there and join him, man. He's going to get what he wants. And you know what, Bob? I don't know, but hats off to Nashville. It is the white people who are making this guy pay for the things he's doing. It's not black people doing that. Matter of fact, you could make a case the black people support him. Not all of them, right? Not all, but a lot of them do. A lot of them do. A lot of them are going right with what he's saying, free speech. Hey, man, let that man have his opinion. Leave that man alone. But he's bad for business. That's why you see him, you got a business to run. You want people to be able to come into that business, enjoy themselves. You want the level, you can't be screaming and stuff like that. You say, man, people in here trying to eat. Can you lower your voice? And somebody said, well, I'm just talking. And I said, well, hold up, we're gonna have to ask you to leave, sir. Yeah, your party has to go. You got to go. Talented says the truth is there is no such thing as free speech, but there is such a thing as consequences too. There is a such thing as free speech, but there's also a such thing as consequences. You can say whatever you want to say, but the consequences could be your ass getting whipped. Well, the thing about that, right, is really there's no free speech, but you're free to express yourself, to a certain degree in the political theater. When you start talking about the public arena, the town square, it's governed because a thing called hate speech, you can't do that. And they'll say, and our lawyers have argued the case, hate speech is subjective. I say, okay, if that's what you think, if you're doing this or doing that, they look at that as hate speech. And then at some point in your life, man, you got to say, what am I doing here? I'm only going to be on this planet for a short period of time. Do I really want to waste my time on these missions that are resulting in me being arrested, in me being, all these negative things happen? And let me say something. I see a bunch of Negroes, they like them and stuff. But you got to also understand the type of people who would want people around. Like, you're a black dude, you want a white dude calling you a nigger, and that's your idea of a Sunday. I mean, he could think anything he wants. You think anything you wants, but why did it have to go down that way? You even seen that in interracial couples. When they get upset, they go down there. But no, I've seen it. But some of them, you got them on TikTok. They cool with it. They cool with it. You know, I mean, I guess that you whatever they're doing it for the views and the clicks. There are couples on TikTok. There's a one couple. He feeds his wife when he feeds his dogs. He feeds her in the dog bowl. You know, I mean, okay, they're doing it for clicks. Well, okay. So it's the people that you put in your life, man. It's how you include what you want in your life. He said, poor, yeah, yeah. He said, poor white people have just been made to hate black people. Well, yeah, you know, you are going to have that. That's why it's important that you have your shit together. I agree with you on that. See, at the end of the day, you have to be looking from a perspective that you're enjoying yourself. You don't want to be neglectful. And then as you age, you're on the outside looking in. You don't want that to happen. That's why you want to be a part. You want to be a part of the party. You want to get an invite. In your life, you want to be invited to the party. You want to be outside the party. You want to be inside the party. That's how you live a life. That's how you live your whole life, your full life. Your kids, you teach your kids, you know, right and wrong. This is ridiculous, man. When you say, I can't say the N word, you could tell your kids, well, it's free speech and I should be able to, but it's just going to piss a bunch of people off. So you shouldn't say it and I'm not going to say it. Why? So you can turn the page, man, go forward in life. But if you say, no, I'm going to die on this hill, and then it leads to other things. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You're so busy talking about, and then if you look at his streams, man, it's so many black people who walk up to him, hold his hand, shake his hand, hang out with him a bunch, and he drops in bombs. They don't care. So it sort of defeats what he's saying. He's saying you can't say it, but he's saying it. And they don't have a problem with him. So he said, I'm looking for the guy who has, so you're looking for trouble. So wouldn't that defeat that this isn't no noble pursuit? This is basically, this is not a noble pursuit. And he's finding it. He's finding the trouble. I don't think anybody's calling for the word to be banned. I don't agree with rappers. I think I was going through Florida. Yeah, I was going through Florida, man, and cut the radio on. It was rappers on there, bro. On radio. Rappers on the radio on the regular like FM dial. Laced all through their music. And that was the first time where I was, they didn't do that. They weren't gonna put no rapper. If you talking like that, they didn't play your music. Music had to be clean. You didn't have clean music, they didn't play it. But yeah, in Florida, man. And Florida's a little bit more progressive. Fort Lauderdale. Oh yeah, spring break, just blasting that stuff, man. He says inciting is one thing, but calling someone a name isn't exciting. That is exciting to someone if it's an insult. Now saying you're going to hurt someone or maim them, then defend yourself. Yeah, you're right. If they say that, well, see, you're making all of this stuff up. You're right. You're exactly right, Bob. You call somebody uh, a racial slur, that person tells you they're going to physically harm you. You then hit them with a dose of bear spray to defend yourself. You're right. But it doesn't work that way. Normally, you don't know it's going to happen. And then you're not capable of defending yourself because you don't. I'm telling you, man, you got to understand. Go and look at his stuff. All types of black people are coming up to this guy saying, "Hey, man, you cool with me?" "Yeah, man." And he says, "Yeah, man, this is what I'm talking about, man. Why people getting upset over a word? I don't bother me, man. It don't bother me." So the white supremacists, right? They don't want it. They don't want black people to be like that. They want black people to be. Uh, they want them to get the short end of the stick at all times. They don't want to see them getting along. They don't want them to be comfortable in the oppression. They want them to be uncomfortable. That's the whole. Do you? That's what I'm. A lot of people don't even know what white supremacy is. They keep thinking. They look at it from a real simplistic point of view. It runs deep, brother. It's a philosophy. It's like the Bible in the way you look at it. I'm saying, the Bible is a thick book, and it has a lot of different meanings and interpretation. Racism is like that too. White supremacy is like that. You got to understand it. It's about domination. It's not just about being able to say the N word. It's about dominating a group, and that group accepting it. That's a big part of it. Yeah, you can dominate anybody if you can capture them, but no, this is about owning a slave. This is about having ownership over a group of people, and those people are so loyal to you. No matter what you do to them, you can leave your kids with them. You can leave your kids with them, and they're going to take care of your kids. They'll take care of your kids better than their own kids if they have them. And you can beat them. You can treat them any kind of way. They just know that they're there to serve you, and that's what that is. See, that's what a lot of, and that to a certain degree, he's doing it. He's doing a little bit of it. He's saying, "I'm gonna drop an N bomb, nigga, and you better shut up, not say nothing." To a certain degree, he's touching on it, but that's what it's about. It's about, yeah, I'm the master, you a slave. What are you complaining about? Just go and pick the cotton, or go and do what I told you to do. Hey, you know what? I'm tired of you complaining, and then let's whoop his ass. Now, this is what you get. Did we answer your question? But see, another thing is you had to be subordinate. Like we said, gone with the wind, and many of the movies of the South, and it's probably why they never did. They don't have a true depiction of the South. People don't have no idea how bad it was. They see the slave as dancing. You see the Negro, he'll have a top hat on and a tuxedo. You didn't pick cotton in a tuxedo. But that's the way they portray the Negroes, as if they were a bunch of dancing, celebrating people. The mammy, Aunt Jemima, you put on the pancake box, and she's got a big smile on her face, and she's cooking you some hot cakes. It wasn't like that, man. And a lot of the master's slaves were his own kids. I'm saying a lot of his house slaves were women that he took down, and including to being married. He still was getting them pregnant, and when they would have the kids, he would turn those kids into house slaves. And he felt comfortable in a house full of his offspring, well, basically his women. He's in a house full of women. He's got a bunch of offspring from those slave women, and he's got his wife, and he's got his two kids, and there he practices, and within that household, they practiced a form of apartheid where, and it was just done like that, man. And that's just how he lived his life. And then he had his field slaves, and he kept them where he needed to keep them. And he had a stable boy, and he had a old Negro that was a slave to his father. Old Negro who knew him when he was born, an old Negro who loved him more than he loved himself. And that's when you're getting into the 12. No, you're getting into the Django. That's where you're getting into the Django of film of Joe, or whatever, the old Negro that, DiCaprio sings a tale of. So all of it is about brainwashing and manipulation. And the whole thing about the Negro and freedom. If you read those, if you read white supremacy, they'll start to tell you what the hell is Negro and freedom. We didn't bring them here to be free. We brought them here to be slaves. We rescued them out of Africa, brought them here, and gave them a wonderful life, much better than Africa. We fed them. If they were loyal, they got a corn cob put in their meal. They got an additional, maybe an apple. In the Smithsonian, there's all types of tales of slaves and butter biscuits. So you're talking about a slave that's been eating dry flour most of its life, and then finally it does something that the master liked, and the master gives them a hot buttery biscuit. Now, before you say anything, not my thing, before you make a comment about that, can you imagine what a buttery biscuit tastes like to a slave? That's got to give them a pleasure. When you're going, 90% of the food you eat has no type of flavorings. You get a butter biscuit. It was a treat. So I can understand why, but a lot of that was them telling on slaves who were going to run away, telling them on things they had heard. And they would reward them with a hot biscuit. And you say the Popeyes, well, it was a lot better than Popeyes. Believe that. A lot better. I don't know what that Popeyes thing is. He said blaming your actions on someone's speech is child. Okay. Well, you'd have to see, man. What's going to happen is eventually this guy's going to keep doing it. But see, his problem is this. You can't be noble and you got this criminal history. So he may have a point. He may have a legitimate point about speech and his ability to have his opinion and why are these blacks crashing out over the N-word. He may have a point. But compiling a criminal history, you cannot say that you're noble now. Because now when people insinuate that you have ulterior motives, they're going to have a legitimate claim because you have a criminal history. You walked out of a restaurant. You got social media where you're saying dropping N-bombs. You got social media where you're talking about interracial couples, yet you're talking about the Bible. You got social media where you're attacking people, and then you have the nerve to claim you're covering yourself in Christianity. That's not going to work. That's not going to work, Bob. You're dreaming. He said him having a criminal record doesn't negate his motive. Yes, it will. If Bob, if I got a criminal record of harassing women, and I go somewhere and I harass women, but I say, well, I'm doing this is free speech. They're going to look at me and say, no, it's not free speech. You're harassing the women. You're using profane language in inappropriate spaces. These people are just trying to have dinner. You're walking over there talking about what you think of this woman's physique and her appearance and using dropping the B word, just saying all types of inappropriate things. That's what I'm saying. Then they're going to look at that. You're dreaming, brother. Bob, keep dreaming, okay? Well, he got arrested last night, Bob. He said, if I did something 10 years ago. Bob. He got arrested last night, Bob. He was arrested last week, Bob. Bob, that's not good. Forget his mission. If you're anybody, you don't need to be going in and out of, you don't need to be apprehended multiple times like that. That's just bad for you. You should leave that city. You got to go to a different city. It's just bad for you. You become known to the police. That's just not good for you, man. Look, you want to be a cit like we see, if you look at his streams, you see random faces in the background. You see people going in out and about, living their life. That's the way your life's supposed to be. You're not supposed to be notorious. You're not supposed to be notorious. You shouldn't be looking to be notorious. Infamous. Look at that, Bob. You're just making excuses for him. Bob says, you know what, Bob? What we got to do for you, sir. And I don't know why these guys are. They live in this fear. So many of these guys live in this bubble of fear. I don't understand it, but they just simply. We're gonna have to drop the link for you, Bob. If not, Bob, forever hold your peace, brother, because I have no idea why you guys live in fear. We're gonna drop the join link. You can come up and express yourself. If not, Bob, we have a good night. Go back to sleep, man. Still got a little time. It's a Sunday. Another Southern Sunday going down. Hey, it's still Sunday. Go enjoy yourself. Yeah, he did. I know. Sunday in the South by, oh man, I can't even pronounce it. Shara Ningwa or some shit like that. Shador, some shit. Man, I don't know, man. Sometimes it works for some people. I don't know what's going on with the stream, brother. I don't. And some of you guys are just saying it because you don't want to get on it. But that's fine. Bob, you're running out of time, Bob. You know, you got something to say, you can hit the link, Bob. You don't have to though. We finna chip away your free speech, Bob. You can hit the link. Or forever hold your peace, brother. It's easier to do it this way anyhow, because it's sort of cowardly to hide in the chat. Bob, we finna get you. You finna go to the dungeon, Bob. Finna put you in the dungeon. It's sort of cowardly to just hide in a chat box. You know what I mean? Bob, you got 1 minute, Bob. Yeah, we got to get rid of him anyhow. This guy's just a troublemaker. He's just doing that just to, Bob, I hate to do it. I'm gonna have to let the dungeon. I've never had a dungeon so full before. Bob, I really don't have a problem with you. Enjoy your disagreement, but you have to hit the link. You don't want to do it. So at this point, Bob, we're going to have to separate our. There we go, Bob. Got you. Nice knowing you, Bob. And you guys need to understand, man. This is about engaging in interplay. But if you want to hide in a chat box and be disruptive in a chat box and accusatory in a chat box, that's not going to be tolerated over here. You know, if you support Chud, why are you afraid? How can his movement advance if the people who support him are afraid to come out and support him? Yeah, I don't even understand that. He says if you get violent over a word, that shows your IQ. There you go. Or hey, man, pick up the torch. Pick up the torch, man, and fight the good fight, man, and do what he's doing. If you believe that. And we got another guy, George Gregory. My fault, Gregory. What it do, man? Look, shout out to the chat box. Look, we expect we invite opposing points of view, but just mindless insults, and you're doing it from a chat box, that's cowardly. We can't support a coward. And even the people who disagree with me, well, we all agree we don't support cowards. If you're going to be a coward, we got to let you go. You got to do that on your own. He said, I'll give you my address. I'm not interested, brother. I'll give you. What kind of shit is that, bro? Y'all be flirting. Y'all be saying some suspect shit too, bro. I'm being for real, man. You supposed to be all tough guy and Clint Eastwood and Mr. MAGA man. And y'all be saying some suspect shit. I'm a man. What you talking about? Why would I want your address, brother? I don't want to meet, brother. I ask for your opinion. I don't ask for your phone number. Y'all be saying some suspect shit, man. Y'all do, man. To be such tough guys. Is this how macho men? I didn't know that's how the macho guys. So the real tough guys, that's what they do. They exchange phone numbers with other men. I didn't know that. Is that how y'all move? See, this is a different world for me, brother. I'm from the black community. So this is how the tough guys are. They exchange phone numbers with each other. Hey, you want my address? What kind of shit is? What kind of? Hey, guy, I'll kick your ass. Oh, here's my phone number. What, you guys into some type of role play and stuff? Yeah, it don't work out there. We don't really do that, man. Some of these guys, man, some of the shit they say, man. And it's not going to derail me. Look, and we had a link for you. You don't want to take the link. You want to threaten me. And this is what I'm saying. You calling me low IQ. You're the one threatening me. Yeah, I'm low IQ. And you're threatening me now, talking about your address, suggesting that somehow nobody wants to find you, man. Nobody wants your address. Nobody's thinking about you, man, other than your opinion. What matters over here is your opinion. I got you, Ernestine. I got you. What matters here is your opinion. That's all that matters here. We don't care about the other stuff. We just care about your opinion. We don't care about your personal life. We would prefer you keep that to yourself, but we do care about your opinion. So we can, because you're an American or not American. Your opinion matters over here. When people say your opinion doesn't matter, it's you're wasting. In some cases they're right though. It does. It ain't always good to give out your opinion though. That's it. People keep saying free speech, man. You can lose your life saying the wrong thing in the wrong crowd. You can lose your life. So no, it ain't as free as you think it is. But no, you can't just, like you say, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. And speaking of that, man, went on a date when it saw Devil, and I blamed it on her. That's how I got away with it. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it more. I wanted to see Devil Wears Prada more. Oh man! So I went and saw it. It was all right, man. It was a mistake, but that's what happens, man. The sequel is never as good as the original, and that's what happened. And they waited too long, and they should have done it 10 years ago. This should be 3, if anything, not 2. They waited too long. Yeah, yeah. And let me tell you something. He's not showing you the truth. In jail, first of all, if in jail he can't be out. If he's in jail and he's a racist, he's not going to be around Negroes to give him a pound and hang out with them, right? That means the crowd, that guy who stole his hat, That's the crowd he's going to be. So, and they're not going to like him. So I don't even understand the whole jail thing. I don't know what he's going to do. But he's not really in jail. He's just probably in holding. He'll busting what a catch and release. It'll just be a catch and release. He's not going to be in jail because the guys, those types of guys, he's not a real racist. They don't deal with black people. They don't deal with they don't, unless they have to. They don't really have to. And that's the whole thing about that. Yeah, you don't deal with, if you're not a white person, they don't want to deal with you. You don't go hang out with whites and hang out with blacks and smoke with blacks. But you're a quote unquote a real racist person. That doesn't work. The Brotherhood runs the jails, but he's not that. That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right, man. I got you. The Brotherhood runs the jail. Okay. So he'll accept the honey bun. Ain't that something, man? You got them old heads that's been locked up, probably got life, and they're offering men food and snacks. Good Lord, brother. They're offering men food. Here's some cupcakes. Here's a honey bun. Here's a bag of peanuts. And it's just laying on your bunk. And you eat it, and here comes Tyrone, and he wants to be either paid for it or you pay him via other means, and this is your time in jail. What a time to go on a diet, though. If you're gonna do a couple of years, man, you might as well start on that diet there. They don't want no cookies, cakes, or whatever. Yeah, they turn you into a punk, man. And let me tell you something, that's not good for your personality. Getting punked out, you do have to make rational thoughts, but getting punked out, that messes with you as a man. When you have to curtail your testosterone, when you have to constantly shut it down, it's going to mess with you because it's there for a reason. Men, confrontation is a part of being a man. Now, I'm not trying, because this is where you get into a gray area, because we don't want you to get locked up, but confrontation is a part of being man. You can't let people punk you. And that's what I'm saying. That prison stuff, he would have, if they lay honey buns on his bed, even though that's not a physical assault, if he's going to survive in that prison, he's going to have to seek out who did that. He's just going to have to seek out who put all this food on my bed. They'll tell him who did it. And he's got to go and confront that man about why you put this shit on my bed. And he's going to let him know, he don't move like that. He's going to let him know, hey, I don't move like that. He can have it, you can leave it on there and say, go get it. You put it on there, go get it. But no. Or you can go tell him, go get that shit off my bed. And you got to let them know, that whole unit got to know that's how you stand your ground. That you are going to bring a fight to them, that you're not afraid of confrontation. You don't have a choice. And then you'll be able to make it during that little period of time. Now, it's not going to be perfect. You still might get tried, but if you can't back down, you got to confront him. Oh, he'll kick my ass. Well, let him. Let him. That's how it goes, man. It's called being a man. Okay. That happens. You have to stand up. He said the only way that happens if they want to set you up for a fight. It's not happening like how you hear. I was there, G. Ermenstein. I'm sure it happened the way you say it happened. I'm telling you how I know it happened. Yeah, well, you're right. They are looking for a fight. You're right. Well, okay. Can we agree the whole process of looking for a fight is they're trying to punk you? And see, that's the thing about the street people. See, this is what I've been trying to say. Street people, they're ready for it. That's just they're 0 to 60. That's just how they live. Feeding the squirrels, right? When you look at a squirrel, if you ever thrown peanuts at a squirrel, say you got a yard full of them, and you throw a couple of peanuts to them. Look at how they eat. When they come down, they will never go straight to the food. They're constantly looking around, constantly, constantly looking to the side. They'll inch down the tree a little more, look to the side, run down the tree, look to the side, look to the side, look at the peanuts. They'll stand over it. They'll run, go back up the tree, come back down, get one, look into the side. Look, that's street people. And that's what I'm saying. When you're not like that, you don't live like that. So when you're in the streets, that's just how you live. You're constantly waiting for something to happen. You're watching. You're watching your back. You're watching your side. At any given time, something can happen, and you're going to be prepared, right? So when you're a regular dude and you go in that environment, you're going to get got because you don't live like that. That's just not the way you live. You are used to peace. You're used to being able to go through the things you need to go through without any problems. Well, in that environment, you got to survive. So now you got to deal with what's going on there. Like I said, you got to go deal with the guy put honey buns on your bed, man. Hey, man, you going to let that man do this? Man, are you, did you eat that? Then you know what that's going to come with. You know what they're going to come with. And it's just the whole thing that, and you see the people process that stuff. Yeah, see, I don't even know when you start talking about that, this guy's in the chat saying they do stuff. Look, I'm sure they do that, man. But nah. The skinheads, huh? Are those guys still around? I thought they stopped that. Do they still do that? That was in Britain, right? I think that was in Britain. Are those guys still around? Yeah. He spent this Saturday night going through processing, and now he's known. And so now when you got police officers, they working a beat. They arrested him last week. Now they're arresting him this week. They're going to, when they're doing their jobs as peacekeepers, they're going to be more focused on him. They might, it's very possible they'll say, hey, we just saw so-and-so. He's walking down the street now. And they'll position themselves and they'll observe him. They'll observe him. And so now his whole point of having a noble cause and fighting for that is gone. It's gone. Now he's going to have to struggle having to deal with the cops now. Because just like he's harassing people, they can harass you. They can harass you. You keep fucking with them, they can harass you. They'll keep standing by. If you go out to a nightclub and you're known to be getting thrown out, say you get in a fight, they throw you out. You argue and they throw you out. You argue with one of them, they throw you out. And you come back. When you look up, you're going to see 3, 4 of them. They're not going to be in your face, but they're going to, quote unquote, be watching. They're going to be right by you. And they can harass you too. And they can say, hey, we don't want you here. You don't like us standing around you? Okay, well, leave because we don't want you here. So what are you going to do? because they know you. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. It's just not even good to be going through what he's going through. And yeah, he got some GoFundMe. I think he got a lot of money on that. So maybe that's what he's doing to get that bread up. I guess he figured, okay, I'll do it. If you guys send me the GoFundMe money, I'll stream. He says, I started a group called Aryan Panther Party in 2013 in Bergen County Jail. Peace amongst the whiteys and the blacks on the unit. Okay. I'm sure. Well, hey, man, I heard that, man. How much time did you do? He said, rest in power, Dennis Narden. How much time did you do? How much time did you do? I got you white and blacks. How much time did you do? Woo! 8 years. Woo! 8 year bid, man. Damn. Whew. That's county 1 year. So he did 7 and yeah. What was your crime? What was your crime? What was you accused? My fault. What was you accused of? Armed robbery. Yeah, it's tough out here, man. People don't realize that, bro. It's tough out here. That little $300 check, you may think it's not enough, man. You got people out there doing time behind that. They get less than that. The struggle is real, man. The struggle is real, and it's very real when you go broke. When you see that your bank account, you got no, forget that. You don't have a bank account. You don't have a bank account. You're doing day labor and you taking those checks and you take your check to the liquor store. In the liquor store, they'll cash your check because they want you to buy that liquor. And at the time, the liquor store was cashing my check. I didn't drink. So I got a deal, man. They cash your check for free. They didn't charge you anything. They just cash. You bought them the check, they cash it. You went out, you did the day labor, you did the labor. Boom, they pay you. Got your money the next day. Boom. I never even thought about that because I had other bills. I never even thought about, okay, buy you some liquor. Why? Because I didn't drink. I didn't start drinking until I got money, which don't make sense, right? He said, don't do armed robbery. Well, no, look, God bless you, Ermenstein. He said, 8 years. Woo! So he does know. Yeah, he knows how to survive, man, because, man, and it's dog eat dog out there. You don't know when somebody's going to, you don't know what people are doing, man. People could just, you could be in there cool with somebody for 3 years, and all of a sudden, one day they got a knife and the door is locking. It's you and them, and you trying to survive. And like the guards on the take. It's all types of things. You got a guard that wants you to stay in. You got a guard that's hard. You got a bad chick that's coming to visit, but you got a guard that's thirsty for her. And he knows she belongs to you. So he wants her. So he does something to get you out the way. He goes up there and says he found something, or say everybody's got a phone or something in their cell, and they're not supposed to have them, but they normally don't say anything. But he raids your cell and says, "Oh, he's got 2 phones in here. Oh, we got to give him some more time." Uh, don't worry about that, brother. He said you can get set up 3 years down the road by someone you thought was your friend. Yeah, I know. That's how they move, man. It's dog eat dog. It's dog eat dog. That's the society we live in. It's a lot of them people are just low lives. A lot of those people are thugs. Yeah. And it's a lot of them. You'd be surprised how many people are in and out of there. You would be surprised. Yeah, I don't like to get into. Yeah, Ernestine. I don't. If I'm saying your name correctly, no, we're gonna go. We're gonna defer all the time to you, though. Okay. We're gonna defer to you on that. But I've had my situations. Put it like that. I've had my situation. I've had enough, and I'm not good at it, so I left it alone. Now you got to be good. I've always said that. I said, man, if you're a criminal and you keep getting locked up, you need to do something else. Go and become a painter, man. Go paint walls. I said, yeah. I said, you got to be good at it, though. I said, you got to be good as a carpenter. You need to be good at cutting wood. You know, a science, good at a science, being a scientist. You're a criminal. You got to be good at being a criminal. If you were getting locked up, you're not a good criminal. Okay, well, he'll be out. I don't think he's going to do any time. He'll be out. He's known, though. So I'm just saying, I don't know if that's good. He was talking bad about Trump. So when you say Trump or you talk about politicians, why would a politician support him if he's talking about Trump? So are you talking about a free speech thing? They might do that. I could see a politician saying we do need to examine the free speech aspect, but we don't agree with his criminal behavior. You know, throw him on the bus like that. I could see him doing that, but no, I can't see. I can't see someone being able to support him because, like I said, he called Trump. You got to go look at his content. He attacked these 5 British women. It's something else going on with him too. I don't know what it is. What's up with you, Resurrect?
What's going on, Platt? What's going on with you, man?
Yeah, go. I'm doing fine, man. Go ahead.
Hey, look, man, this dude, Chud.
Yeah.
I think Chud is really trying. He's trying to push the envelope where it's going to be acceptable for white people to call us
Yeah.
the N word with the hard R, and
Uh-huh.
there won't be any repercussions behind it. He wants that to be acceptable. And then number two, I think he wants to have the green light. If you do something to him, he wants to lay you down. That's what he's really itching to do.
But
You
he
you put
hasn't.
your hands on you
No,
put
no,
your
no.
hands on him. He wants to lay you down.
He's he says that,
I believe he
and
wants to do it.
no, no, no. Well, I think he does, but I'm saying that's not the way that it unravels. He says that, and I've seen him
Yeah,
yell at. I've seen him yell at women,
right.
white women, women. Period. I've seen him yell at women. Um, and I've seen him yell at old men and
Yep.
like white liberals. I've seen him yell at kids, but when he runs into black men, and like I'm not up here trying to tout criminal activity or anything like that. Well, when he runs into black men and like this white guy, like I said, that's what he's going to be in that jail with, that guy who stole his hat.
Oh
He
yeah.
doesn't do that. He doesn't do that to them because he knows they're going to go just as far as he's going. And it's like all of a sudden he realizes what he's doing. All of a sudden now he's a victim.
Well, you best believe there's a lot of people in this country that do approve of Chud the Builder, and maybe they don't like his tactics, but they approve of it. And he got some followers,
Yeah.
but he got a lot of people that don't like it. But oh yeah, brother, that dude got some followers. Because you know that when he talked about the chimping out, people have done that to me in the comment section. When say for instance, we're discussing on X, Shador Sanders, and then the people will be like, "Oh, you guys, you Shador fans, you guys are chimping out on everybody because we don't like them." You know what I'm saying? That's not a new term. I've
No,
been
it's not.
seeing them use
Yeah.
that term for a while,
Well,
and they
that
are
term,
trying to provoke.
well, yeah, that term goes, well, that's white supremacy have always, forget the
Oh
whole
yeah,
Trump, forget, first of all, what people need to take a go look up David Duke. David Duke used to have a podcast, and then he got regulated to the sidelines. He ran for Louisiana politics, and then he got mainstream America sort of regulated him to shortwave radio and to off the beaten mediums, right?
I
Like
remember David Duke.
people are sent to Rumble. You know what I mean? So David
Yeah,
Duke has a mountain of content, a
yeah,
mountain, just like the guy with Timothy McVeigh, William Pierce. He had a short
yeah.
wave radio program. You had to have a short wave to get it. They wouldn't even let him on AM. But and so these conversations, chimping out, all of this stuff, this is old news, old conversations. For a lot of people, it's new because they
Yeah.
don't live their life in a racial bubble like that. And that's the thing that I don't particularly care for with him. He's waking up our society, right? And introducing racism to them in very, very hostile ways. Now, when you say the prison, that's survival. That's just the way things are in prison. But outside the prison, if you're a black kid and you're 16 and you don't like football, you like wrestling, and they say, well, come on here, man, let's shoot some hoops. You don't like hoops. And you say, what are you doing? Oh, man, first, after WWF goes off or WWE or Impact or whatever, I'm going to go and do this. And then your friends say, hey, man, you sure do like wrestling. Yeah, man, I just like it. Me and my dad used to watch it, and I like it. And he said, well, why don't you shoot ball? I don't like basketball. I don't like football. So I'm saying in a country like that, how come he can't be that way? Why does he have to be um, involved with some traditionally stereotypical sports when his sport is, which is dominated by whites, that's his preference. That's what I'm saying. This
Sure.
whole racial thing, that's what he's introducing, where he's trying to divvy it up. You're right. The white supremacists always tried to cut it up into black and white. That's been their whole purpose. That was David
Well, I
Duke.
think
David Duke was a white nationalist.
yeah,
He didn't believe in
yeah.
black people in powerful positions.
That's right.
And that
That's right.
seems like that's the direction we're headed, down the
I
David Duke
be,
thing.
I believe that because of the way that things are transpiring in general with the United States, as far as our stage on the war on the world, us being on top. There's been rumblings that there will be a lot of civil unrest that goes along with our decline, because a lot of people in the United States now don't have faith, in the government. So there will be a lot of factions that will start, going against each other. Hopefully that's not true, but that's what a lot of people are forecasting, planning. This comes with it.
Well, I think what's going to happen in social media is going to interfere. Now, if they can some kind of way close down the social media, if they can shut that down, But then they're gonna have to kill cell phones. There's still people are going to, just like the guy said, he did 8 years, and in the 8 years they unified the white and the black. They weren't all up on each other, buddy, buddy, but they unified in the way that they were able to do their time with fewer disagreements.
Right.
When you start talking about the poor, you got way more white poor people than white black people. When you start talking about the poor, actually, when you start talking about the have-nots, that's a lot of people. Now,
Right.
individual in the slithers, like you got a slither here, slither there, slither there. Yeah, you're right. They're not large enough, but if they unite, that's a significant amount of people. That's a significant amount. And also, we're also, like I said, we're Americans. We're not Iranians. We've been sitting on our ass watching ESPN. We're not built for a revolution. We're not. I mean, we're just not. We're a different
Well,
type.
I agree. I agree. I'm saying about the factions though, because for the longest period of time, we've heard about different militia groups, being in this country, right?
Okay, you got the militia groups, but we'll see how that plays out, man. Like I said, you have a lot of as long as they can get us to fight racially, they have the advantage. But
They do.
if yeah, and that was the whole thing about Dr. King. He said the poor people's march. If you can unite the poor people, it's way more of them than the people with things, and the people with things have things to lose. So they
They
do
do.
have more. They have more leverage than you think.
I
And
just
see,
wish. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to
no,
cut you
no,
off.
no. And when you talk about the military, unless they're going to desegregate it, the military is filled with all types of multi races, right? In addition to that, those people are married. You don't know that. What I'm saying, you don't know. So when you say, "Hey, we're gonna send this group of people to Chicago to beat the hell out of the citizens," they're gonna have a hard problem doing that because that's not what they signed up for. So
I
we'll
agree.
see.
I agree
Yeah.
to an extent. But let me ask you this, Plat. Like, think about this. How many minorities do you think are in those special forces groups?
It's a few. It's not that
But it's a
many
lot
people. Well,
less,
it's not no
right?
whole lot of them. It's probably out of special forces, you might have two or three Negroes.
That's what I'm saying. So that or minorities in general maybe a little bit more, but the word is that like these different special forces groups may be more in line with these nationalists, and those will be groups that will help certain groups when the stuff starts going down, because just think about when this country was founded, Platt. Well, when the Europeans founded this country, they founded it. The Puritans came here based on wanting to make this a white Christian country. But then you had another group that wasn't totally aligned with making it, like a Christian country. That they were more in line with the science and trying to be enlightened. But I think these white Christian nationalist people, man, I think they are more committed. I think they're more committed to taking it to the end. I think he's a pretender. He's trying to build up courage and he wants to gain traction that way. But I don't think it's happening the way that he's anticipated, because you see, you have had police now arresting him. I seen a video where the police were telling him, what did you expect to get? You out here antagonizing people. What did you expect? But go ahead. I didn't.
Well, no, he walked away on a meal, and that is a legitimate charge. He stepped out, and they caught him. Maybe one thing if you dine and dash. It's another thing when the guy says you have to leave, and you owe us for the meal, and you say I'm not paying shit. Now, is that
Oh yeah.
a 20-year charge? No, it'll probably be a fine.
Yeah.
It'll probably just be a fine and a warning. But the thing about it, he's amassing a criminal history. So when you say nobility, right? What are you? You're fighting for free speech, and you're trying to make everything right and just. Um, they're gonna look at the messenger.
They are
People are gonna look at the messenger. You're the you got the right message, but the wrong messenger.
the wrong
So
man. Yeah, he's a
yeah,
pretender.
yeah, and
He's not built for what he's trying to do.
well, all of that hugging on black folks, he's like a hypocrite. He's on both sides. On one side of the fence, he says he's something. Then on the other side of the fence, when he gets pressed, he's hugging on Negroes. And I'm telling you, they don't believe in that. They don't believe in hugging on Negroes. You gotta. They're gonna look at now. You're right. You have real, rock solid, hardcore white supremacists. They're
Right.
gonna look at him sideways because they don't look at him like you said. He's not real. He's doing
Nah.
it for the money. He's doing it for a GoFundMe. He's not doing it because he truly is a member and wants to, help the race move forward like that. So, and he's gonna have to
That's right.
deal with that.
Think about this. This dude is he's a dead. I mean, not literally, but figuratively. Because look, who's gonna hire him? What
He can
job
get a,
in
he
their
can
right
get a job. We don't even know if that's a real. That mustache might not even be real.
It might not, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, ain't nobody's gonna, a lot of reputable employers, they check social media. He's not getting hired doing stuff like this.
Oh well, he could find a job. You talking? It depends on what he's trying to do.
Oh,
He
well,
probably
I
they
mean,
went
yeah,
no,
a
they
low
wouldn't
skill
hire him
job.
to they wouldn't hire him to work in the public, but they'll hire him. They'll hire him if
Maybe so.
he could work, he could bounce for a lot of them bars.
Oh
Them
man,
bars that he been kicked out of. No, no, no. I'm saying he can there are other bars there. There's some dives that he can work at right now. If he's willing to fight with the cousin, put out the drunks, put out the troublemakers, and we'll pay you $50 a night. He'll pay
look,
you in cash. They'll pay you in cash. Oh, you
it
laughing at
might be
that?
people.
Some people,
No,
a lot of
no,
people will do
I'm
that.
just saying, people might be coming up there just to shoot the
Nah,
fair
the
one with
type
him.
the type of places that he would go, there'll be dives. If people are coming in, they're coming in there for what the place offers. They're not thinking about him. You'd be
Okay,
surprised who's security. You'd be surprised at the people as you just live your life that you're around. You don't know their history. Just like that guy was in
right?
the chat. He did 8 years. You don't know these people.
Yeah, yeah, very true. The dude that you was going back and forth with, was that Bob?
Yeah. Bob in the chat
Bob's
box.
Bob said he did 8 years.
No, that wasn't Bob. That was Ernstine.
Okay,
Ernstine or something like that.
I see. Yeah, I didn't think Bob. I thought Bob was like more of a coward.
Yeah, he hid in the chat, but I could tolerate that up until a point. And
Yeah.
he was saying a lot of stuff in the chat. And see, one way you know these guys are cowards is when you call them up, they don't want to come up and express themselves. They would rather
Right.
hide in the chat. And but yeah, this guy. So we seen him on video yelling at a woman. He is screaming at these English women. He went off on that young one. I think he made her cry. He just yelling at that woman, screaming at that woman. And we've seen him yell at a lot of women. And
I just want to see. I want to see. I want to see Chud get down. Somebody just, hey Chud, man, no weapons.
he hides
Let's do it.
whenever he gets confronted. And he hasn't really ran into a real thug, right? And I don't even know if that's what he wants to do. I'm saying he says that's what he wants to do. I don't know if that's what he wants to do. Well, I'll tell you this: if he
No.
goes into the dope spot, I'm saying go into the trap. If he
Oh
go into
man.
the trap doing that and he ain't buying nothing, he ain't there to buy, and he's there to start trouble, then he would find what he's looking for.
Oh man, it would. I mean, because you ain't you ain't seeing no faces. Them young boys wearing them shiesty masks. They'll do something. They'll do Chud really bad.
Yeah, but I don't want to over exaggerate because a lot of those dudes only do that to black people, though. So we do have to be for real about
Oh
that.
man, I think if they found it that was the dude making those skits or going around saying that kind of stuff to black people, and he went down like say Oak Cliff in Dallas or Old Block in Chicago, they would show no mercy to that dude, man. Now I do agree
O
with you.
Block,
A
I
lot
don't
of us,
think. I think they changed O Block.
you
No,
think Old Block
no.
has
We
changed?
have to be realistic. I don't think. Look, I'm gonna be for real. I don't think he got anything to worry about now. As far as him messing with people or even dropping the N bomb, uh, I don't think he got nothing to worry about. I've been into a lot of black, all mostly black parties, events, and one of the women or two of the women will have white boyfriends.
Yeah,
And so you got 250 people and two white guys because they're
yeah.
having relations with the girls. I've never in my life seen anything happen to those men. And I'm not saying something should. I'm saying they're functioning. Nobody says anything to them. This ain't the internet. See,
But
that's you're talking about the internet. Out in the real world, man. That's his. Oh, that's her boyfriend. That's her boy. That's her husband. Okay. Hey, how you doing?
I agree.
You meet him and
I
you move
agree.
on. You meet him, move on. There he
But
is, right there. Gets up, dances with her, hangs out with her. Maybe he'll talk a little sports with one or two guys. Nothing like that. I'm saying them people, nothing happen. Now, Negroes. I've seen a lot of Negroes get their heads bopped in those clubs. A lot of Negroes. And I've always said he's safer. He's safer than you are when you go out there. Yeah, they don't. That's why this Chud guy, they ain't gonna do nothing to him. He would really, really have to do something. They probably would put him out. But nah, they don't look at it. That's what I'm saying. This whole race thing, they're not on a racial mission like that. They're not. So I'm saying if he came in there with the N word, they probably would say, "Man, come on, get your ass out of here. Come on." It might be a dude. It might not. More than likely, they ain't gonna do nothing to him.
I don't know, man. These YNs is a little bit. They a little bit different down.
Okay.
They a little
Okay.
bit different. They're a little bit. I would say unorthodox, and they do things different than what we used to do. You know what I'm saying? They fly off the handle. They've done some things that have
Yeah, but they're
surprised
not.
me.
They're not gonna do that. Okay, if you think so, I don't think that guy's got anything to worry about. What we see with what's going on with him, it is him and other white people that now he's arrested twice. It's not him harassing black people. It's when he goes where these owners are saying, "You're bad for business. Get out of my spot." That's where you see him. That's why he's arrested now. That was white. He's talking about black this, black that. It's been his interplay with whites. And this is the thing. Like I said, I don't see a movement to protect him. So as long as they don't have no problem, and also they say, hey, look, you got business. You got
Right.
the black people eat. So they coming into your business. They're patronizing you. They're thanking you for getting this guy arrested.
Yeah.
You're not going as a businessman. You're going to say, hey, look, man, if you want to come out here and just enjoy, the Nashville sun and fun times, you're welcome. But if you want to come down here causing problems, whatever movement and mission you're on, no, we don't want you here.
Well, yeah. I think that can. I think that definitely can happen. Also, I think, um, maybe even the city itself of Nashville. Hey, man, you shedding a bad light on our city. We're here to host they used to be a big destination for those bridesmaids parties and stuff like that. Students come here for spring break, and you sitting up here doing these racial skits
We
and
we
antagonizing people. We don't want that here.
look at Trump. Trump's got Lawrence Taylor working for him. He invited him for the presidential physical fitness team. He's a part of them. Lawrence Taylor,
Yeah.
right? We know about Lawrence Taylor's arrest or whatever, and he pled guilty, and the girl was 16 or something.
She set him up, Platt. He asked her, man. She
No, he
lied
didn't.
to him. So
Oh well,
yeah,
he
he did.
said.
He said it. She
Well,
set me
he
up.
can
You
say that
seen
if
the big
well, no, he can say
she
that if he
lied to him.
wants to, but he what I saw is he said he didn't know her age.
He said he asked that girl, she lied, but even if they lied, Platt, that's still if you do it, that's still you broke the law.
He said um he didn't know. He then said, "Look, the guy bought the woman by my room, and he
Yeah.
said, what do you want me to do?" He said, when a man brings a woman by my room, I'm not going to count her teeth. So
He said I did, wait a minute, man.
something
I
like
thought he asked that
no,
he asked that girl because
no.
how old are you? And she said, I'm 18. That's what I thought he
I
claimed
think
because
that's something that's the horses counting their teeth to find their age or something. But anyhow, that's what he said. He said, and, and Trump let him in. So Trump's white, right? And Lawrence Taylor is
yeah,
black. So um, the problem is when you say purity, right? And
right.
that's when you dealing with. It's just like extremists, right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So everybody's not extreme. So some people say, well, you're not a white supremacist. You're not an extreme one. Why? Because you got black friends or you still got black people you deal with. And they're going to say, well, you're
But
not a
yeah,
real one.
yeah, you're not. I mean, those people don't. There's a black guy. He goes and he talks to this older white supremacist. You could tell he is, and that guy always he say, I just tolerate you. He don't really, them people don't have us as friends. If you're really built that way, no, they don't even want us in their orbit like that.
You can
They're not
be,
gonna do it.
no, you can be cool. Okay, I know a dancer and she's got white customers. And she said, I have to be careful with my white customers. She said they'll come in on a Friday night or a Thursday night and they'll spend three, four, $500 with me. But they'll come in with their friends. And she said, I don't have to say anything to them. I can tell by how they're acting. They don't want their friends to know the relationship we have from, dancer customer. And she said, you do have to catch yourself because she said the guy or the guys are so nice and good, but they're so ashamed to let their friends know that they like black women. So, but she said that's her business, her job, but you can tell that's one aspect of the job she didn't like, because she would see them and, she's going to make some money. They finna get what they want. She's going to get what she wants. But because they're with their friends, she's got to almost act like they don't know each other. But then they're back in on a Thursday night and they've never said it. She's never asked them, but they've never spoke about it. They've never spoken about it. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We got an arrest. We got a white guy who says he's for free speech. He's going to drop the M bomb on black people and the ones who accept it, he's cool with. He'll give you £1. He'll put you on his stream. He'll call you his nigger. But the black people who don't like it, he's going to coat in bear spray. He's going to dress them up with a can of bear spray. And this is where we are, man. He got arrested last night. He skipped out on a meal. He was arrested. He skipped out on a meal because he was kicked out of a establishment and they caught him. And I think he knew. Maybe he was waiting for it. Maybe because he hung around. Most of your dine and dash, most dine and dash, bro, they on the highway by the time you realize they left. They left. You know what? I had a friend do that to me. Well, I wouldn't even call him. I had a business partner call me and say, we're at Chili's. And I said, okay. And I'm taking my time. I'm taking my time. So I finally get there. I'm about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I turn into the parking lot. I go inside, and there's this white waitress, and she's in tears. She's in tears that these guys came in, ordered all this food, and then just left. And she said, the way it is, I got to pay for that. She said, I got to pay for their meal. And she was saying, do you know them? Because I was asking about where they at. She said, oh, they left. And she was like, do you know them? Because I can't afford to pay for this. And I said, how much is it? It was like $78. And I think I gave her $40, man. I said, man, I know him, but I don't know him. And she was saying, how do you contact him? I'm saying, third party. I call a friend, but I said, I don't know him like that. I hate that this happened to you, but here you go. I know this ain't the whole thing, but this is some. And she was in tears, man. And it's just sad that they did that to her because that has a consequence. When you dine and dash, the bar gets its money out of the waitress. They get it out of the people working. They're not going to eat that. Now, I'm sure they do. I'm sure a manager, some of them just eat it. But no, they're going to put that on the waitress. They're going to say, we're going to take it out your pay. You know, I'm not saying they're going to take it all out, but they're going to be a balance where you got to pay them. Or maybe you got to work it off. Isn't that crazy? But that's the world we live in, man. That's the world we live in. And there was a bunch of street dudes. Whenever you deal with these dudes, that's just how they live, man. They don't care about rules, man. They break all the rules. They cause problems and they break rules. Like the stream, man. What we doing over here, man? Support the platform. Chud got arrested. There was an incident. There were more incidents. More people were driving. They would see him. They would drive by and they would hurl insults. He's pretty popular. The social media in the Nashville, as far as the things they do, he's known there. The people who go out, there's a segment of people who go out there. They hang out. They go to all the little places out there where he's at. They know about him. And that's not really the way they move. All of this get arrested, call black people niggers. That's not how they move. It don't matter what you think. Oh, they're racist. Possibly, but they don't operate the way he operates. And people now, they don't want to eat next to him. And you're going to see that. You're going to see hotels now. Now you can't stay at a hotel. We could do a lot more than you think we can do, man. We really think that we don't have power. We have a lot more power, man. A lot more power than you think. And people were saying that black people need a hate crimes bill. We could thank Chud for that. I think Chud be perfect for that. Chud's points of view, if Chud actually deletes someone, you may see people say we got to advocate so that we don't have these bigots thinking that they can break the law with impunity and take people's lives down. You might see that, man. So Chud may be a blessing in disguise. He may accidentally be what black people need to get a hate crimes bill passed. He might be, because if he continues, eventually he's going to. Now, the thug and all of that, that's not going to do it. But if he messes around there and deletes a child or a mom, someone who's completely innocent, when you say Christianity, what the country was founded on, which it wasn't, but when you say Christian beliefs, what happens is um, the people who are truly Christian and read their Bibles, not the fake Christians, they have a problem with it because they feel like she didn't deserve what happened to her. And if they see a mass movement against black people, they may have to put in a hate crimes bill. They may have to prevent guys like Chud from bothering people. His night started off pretty bad, and that's what happened. Now it's going to get worse because that's the second arrest. I'm gonna tell you from my experience, if they throw a guy out the club twice, if they don't ban him, he'll probably get banned. They throw you out and you're making trouble when you pull up on the parking lot, they'll send a security person out there to tell you to leave. They'll send there because they're watching you. And if you're a criminal, you don't want to be watched because they're watching you now. So if you're him walking around, he's being watched, he's being surveyed. They got all those cameras down there. And he's got a thing against women. I don't know what it, you know what? Guys have got to, I get the whole, look, I get all of that, right? But all of these guys, let me tell you something, man. Yelling at a woman that's not your woman, that ain't mass. That's not what men do. I don't know what these guys, they're so mad at women that they go into a group of women and they start screaming epithets at them. Why don't you find you a woman that lets you talk to her like that? Why does it have to be this visiting group? Why does it have to be this group of women? And guys also got to understand these women are getting smashed. They getting their backs blown out. They're just not letting you do it. Oh yeah, they're not done. They're down there to have fun every day. Every weekend, they're going down, they're going here, they're going there to get their backs blown out. They're just not going to let you do it. And that's where all of this anger and stuff comes from. Because I'll be like, yo, she's being feminine. She's just not being feminine with you. And what is yelling and screaming and calling a woman a bitch you don't know? How is that masculine? I don't even understand the point. He's on his stream doing that several times. Yeah, I think we might have to do a stream on that. We don't have to do a stream on setting out the box. They do. You just got these simps who can't get it. And they think it's so difficult to get. It's not difficult to get. And it's you, man. You don't have to have no witty lines. Just like this guy. This guy's walking around in a hat. He ain't looking for, he turns women, go and look at his streams. Women come up to him flirting all the time. That's not what he's down there for. He's on there on a crusade to save the white community so that they can say so let me tell you something. Saying nigger, it ain't what you think it is. It doesn't really carry any it ain't nothing significant. So, but that's what his crusade is. But yeah, just walking about, man. Hey, go outside, man. That's what they're really trying to say. Go outside, go amongst the living, go amongst the people, and stake your claims, man. And stake a claim. That's how you got to do, man. And it don't stop till the casket drop. You got to remember that too. This shit ain't over till it's over. We got a race streamer. He was arrested. We got a race streamer. He was arrested. We saw him last night. He had his hat stolen. He filed suit against the guy. He's upset with the guy. The guy did take his property. I agree with him on that. And the guy has been on other. He got his own stream and he's on other podcasts. And he's doing whatever to the hat. And he got into some type of argument and some steakhouse, and he was asked to leave, and him and the proprietor, they had conversation, and the police were notified, and he was apprehended. And that's what you see. This wasn't about his behavior towards black people. This was a white proprietor who asked him to leave, and he didn't want to pay, so he just left, and that's what he was apprehended for. So once again, he was arrested last week. They got him for harassing women. If you go and look at those videos of him screaming at those women, that's not going to look good in court, man. That's not. You know, if they say, "Hey, you're a serial harasser of women," women when they go out and about in their day, you get in their face, calling them names, yelling at them. Oh no, that's not right, sir. I'm here for the free speech. I'm here defending my free speech. They're gonna play them videos where you're attacking those women. Then what's going to happen? And that's what I'm saying. And we got to, what the biggest problem is for black men, or really for men, period, is the simp. We keep letting the simp define manhood. The simp, you can't go by the simp. You can't go by all of these dudes who are failure with women trying to define what manhood should be. You know, angry and yelling. That ain't how you get. I've said that about, and that's why Myron invited him. I don't know if he's coming. He called Myron a nigger. Hey, that'll be interesting to watch if he shows up, right? But all of that yelling, and I've said it 1,000 times, all that yelling, that ain't how you get women. You don't get women by screaming and yelling. Now they're tricking. You don't get them by doing that either, right? But the point is, guys think yelling and screaming so that they can get that incel money is the way. That ain't the way, man. That ain't helping people. That ain't the way. And yelling and screaming at those women are not going to make them sleep with incels. They're going to give it up. They're going to give it up to the men that they'll be fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th on somebody's rotation because they don't want to sleep with the simp. They don't want to sleep with the simp. And guys think watching a guy on a social media platform scream at women is going to have an effect where it makes better things for him. No, it's not. It's not going to change things for you. If anything you learn about Chud is get off your lazy ass and get outside too, like him. The difference is he turns down women. You can say yes. You don't have to say no. That's him. You don't have to wear makeup. You can just say yes. Well, they say he got some problems with his kids, so who knows, man? A lot of times that changes men. A lot of men become insanely angry at women after a bad relationship. There's a kid involved. She won't let you see your kid. And instead of them having a disagreement with that woman, it becomes a disagreement with the group. And that's racism, isn't it? They have a bad experience with a non-white person and they transfer that to the group. And normally the weak are targeted. It's rarely the person who caused the problem. It's always someone who's a weak person that they target. Let me tell you something, man. If you gotta be dysfunctional, and I've been that, and it works. No, it works. If I go to the hood club, if I go to the ghetto club, if I go to where there's an old Cadillac, a 1972 Cadillac, rusted, rusted in the parking lot. It's been there since I was a little kid. Before I was born, that Cadillac was sitting in that parking lot rusting, and it's still sitting there. Those places like that, when I go to dives like that, yeah, screaming and yelling, because that matters there. That matters there. Yelling and screaming and being dominant and drawing a line in the sand. It matters there. But in mainstream America, that's inappropriate. In mainstream America, that's just not how they communicate. But yeah, in an old dive, in one of those old strip, every now and then one of these dudes will get some money, some street dude will come up and he'll turn around and get a strip club. And of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't update the Google Maps. Of course he doesn't. He doesn't change the sign outside. Of course he doesn't. It'll be John's Chicken House. He'll go in there, get it refurbished, turn it into a strip club, and he won't change the name. So they'll say, "Where everybody going? Let's go to John's Chicken House." Say, "Huh?" That's what they at, man. They say, "Yeah, man, I was out there last week, man. They thick out there." And you go there and you say, "Man, it's the same sign, the chicken." And he says, "Do they plan on changing it?" Yeah, he gonna change it. They don't change that sign, man. A year later, that sign still be there. And then that be the chicken club. And maybe on Instagram it'll have the real name, but on Google Maps it'll still be that chicken house. And we see that all the time. Like the stream, man. Hit the like. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We trying to figure this thing out, man. We don't have no time for nonsense, man. A lot of people say we at war. We've been in the church, man. I don't know. We done turned our back on the church. Um, I'm looking around here, 6'9". Are you serious? And see, that's more your no jumper stuff, though, right? That's more your no jumper. I see right here. A lot of things are changing. A lot of things are changing. Like, share, support, man. And another thing, what you're going to also see, what a lot of people don't realize is what you're going to see, and we're going to find out when we get this vote. When we get the vote in, we're going to find out exactly where people wanted to go. What's up with you, American Negro? What's up with you, brother? What a lot of people are going to see is where the community stands. I call me an optimistic, I think America's not as racist as people think it is. I think this redistricting, you're going to see things different. And you're going to also see, and this is another thing too, the Republican Party, we'll see if they do it. They're going to have their hands full. They're going to have their hands full because now you're a Republican and you've been voted under a district that's like 40, 50% black. What are you going to do? Are you going to neglect them? And remember, there's a bleed. This is 2026. A lot of those blacks and whites, there's a lot of bleed in that. So it's going to be hard to say we're going to deny this and deny that because they still have to be taken care of. Their needs have to be met. They're taxpayers. And you can paint doom and gloom and all of that right now, or you can be optimistic and say, well, we'll see how things play out. And a lot of stuff is going to change, man. A lot of things are going to change. It's just like the Latino community. You can be anti-black all you want to, but when you look around and outside your door, the majority, not the majority of customers are black people because you're in a black community. Are you going to continue being anti-black? There's this dude, man. He's an old Vietnamese dude. He's like 72. He says, there will be a war, black versus white, if something happens to my white brother. Okay, man. Okay, I mean, you're going to have to talk to your white brothers because they're the ones sending them to jail. You know, it's amazing how you're pinning that on black. You know, black people had nothing to do with him being arrested last night. Nothing. And if you look at the picture, he's being arrested by a white guy. Yet some kind of way you're pinning that on black people. You're going to have a race riot if something happens to Chud. This has nothing to do with black people. He wasn't arrested for saying the N-word. He wasn't arrested at any of the things dealing with black people. A white guy stole his hat. A white guy challenged him. He got up from a meal. A white business owner kicked him out of his establishment. A white businessman called the police and said his man ate here and left. He was arrested by a white man, but this guy is in my chat talking about a race riot's going to happen over him. You're ridiculous, brother. You are ridiculous. And don't hide your racism behind Chud. If you're a racist, be a racist. Why do you need someone to do anything? If if something happened to Chud, that's going to be the final line. Why? Why do you need Chud? Just do what you're going to do. Do what you're going to do. He said that white, I thought you was going to fight over him. Now, look, he said a white guy retard, that's why he likes y'all. I thought you were ready to go to war over him. Now you're talking about him. You first came in here with threats. Now you're throwing them under the bus because the white community, now you're doing what they're doing. You're throwing them under the bus. And all those people, when they're redistricting, right? What are they going to do? Because all those communities do need help. So what are they going to do? So now you got all these Republicans. What are they going to do? Not take care of the district, or they're going to do their jobs? And if that's the case, it don't matter. Why have elections at all? And the birth rate is down in America. The birth rate is down. So what are you going to do? You said, well, we're going to eliminate all these black people. Okay, well, where's your next generation going to come from? You're going to run out of, you need people. You got to have a military. Where are you going to get those people from? So what are you going to do, right? You can't do it that way. You can't do it that way. He said the white guy who stole his hat. What's wrong with him liking y'all? You say he likes y'all. What's wrong with that? They like him. He likes them and they like him. He gave that hat. There's a video of him handing that hat over to a black girl, well, a black woman, and a black dude. They're taking pictures and I think he shitted on that hat. So what about it? Arrested. Arrested last night. Now he's got to go in and out, and that's two. And let me tell you something. Over time, that stuff you can't look. If you keep getting arrested in a city, you need to get out of that city. Even if you got to take the mega bus, if you got to buy a $20 ticket and say, "Take me to Kansas City," well, that's where you need to be. Because you're drawing too much attention to yourself. You don't want to do that. And what happens to the regular people, man? When, all of this streamer stuff, where are the regular people who just have normal, regular uh uh um jobs in life? And I'm looking at this Anton Abba thing, right? And they're saying Abba's the new Anton, whatever that means, right? So you know what I've been looking at, I don't want to touch that. I won't want to touch it, but I would say sometimes when guys get money, look, new money, when guys are not used to money, when they get it, they go after what they've never got, which is women. So then they get themselves in trouble with women because they're not used to money. They've never had women. And then they get money. And yeah, there are women out there who will respond to the money you give them. So, and then they try to mask it with their players and their they're not. They're not. They're not none of that. Because if they were that, they'd have women whether they had the money or not. If the only reason you got women is because you got some money, you can do what you want, but you ain't no type of player. You ain't no type of player. Ain't no dude that's a player is concerned about his money. That's why I've been talking about bare bones. That's why you got to be a Mac. You're a Mac. You're a Mac today. The Macking starts today, not when you get some money today. If you need money to grow a spine, if you need money, then you're gonna have trouble with the woman anyhow. You need to get her while you ain't got nothing. Yeah, somebody took a shit on that hat. He stole it. He was on his stream. He's a streamer himself. He probably has a membership in a private part or a Patreon where you can see him shitting on that hat. And somebody said them Stetsons go from anywhere from 4 to like 200. And they'll get this guy, they'll get this guy for stealing his hat because they look at the internet too. What the black community needs to do is just like Myron wants this guy on his podcast, the black community needs to reach out to this white guy who stole that hat and give him some pub, give him some press, boost him up. You don't have to agree with him. You can say, man, can you refrain from using the N word? I'm offended by that. But give him some pub and ask him why he took the hat. Let him tell the world why he took the man's hat. Why you feel like you need to do these things to him? And also, what do you think of his noble position of free speech? They need to reach out to him, man, and let him have his voice. And me, he's a young, somebody said wigger. I mean, he can be that. He probably got a black baby mama. Ain't nothing wrong. Hey, man, dude, live your life, man. He can get a little money, though, get his teeth fixed. Take a little bread, get his teeth together, get his attitude together, get himself right. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. What we doing, brother? What we doing? And we had to block a bunch of people, man. Um, and we kick a bunch of people off. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to do it. You got people out here who are mentally ill, brother, and they find this platform and they think I'm going to tolerate that. I'm not going to tolerate foolishness, brother. I am not going to tolerate that. You got to take that. You need to go talk to your counselor. You need to go talk to, go get your Blue Cross or your Medicare card and go get the help you need. I can't deal with you. And we have that a lot. They'll join and they need help. And there's nothing I can do for them. So I send them on their merry way. Let me play my sounder right here. Here we go. I remember listening to that CBS News, that dee 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 dee. We were watching baseball games with my father, man. Uh, he used to the house he gave the house to my mother, right? And me and him used to go and get in the car, and he cut on the baseball game. I didn't even know what baseball was, man. I just know it was somebody talking about a picture and a strike and a home run, and he would be there, man. He would listen to 2, 3 games. He was a baseball fan. He played baseball, and I didn't even know what it was. I mean, I knew what it was. I didn't know how to play it, and that little news sounder, right, used to come on, and it's just something, man. It's old America. It's the 30s. It's the days that we left behind, but we really weren't that different. We pretty much was the same. We didn't have a social media, but we still had communications. It was the same thing. You still had Vogue magazine, you had Newsweek. They came across Ebony and Jet, I think in the 60s or whatever. It was a money making venture. Essence is still, they still print a copy of that. When I go into Walgreens and I look over to the left, I see the magazines. They still make hard copies of magazines. Still, I don't know if they do the same amount of distribution, but I think they do a 500,000, maybe a $3,000 press. And also remember, they go overseas, so they sell where they buy. If you buy them, they're going to put them there. They're going to put them over there with those magazines. And this guy is trying to take us back to hate and racism. That's what he wants to do. And the historical treatment of blacks, that's been documented. It was unfair. It's disrespectful to their memories to refer to them with racial slurs. And the whole point is, why do it? Why do it? If there's a guy and he's dressed up like a woman and he comes up to your job and he wants to be called a Mr. or I mean a Mrs. in your job, man, you say, well, hey man, I work there. And that's a customer, man. I just call them Mrs. because that's my job. But my personal opinion, no, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? We see that. I've seen that. I've seen that in the clubs. I've seen that. You go to a certain club over in that little table right there. They tell you, say, hey man, them dudes trans. And they'll matter of fact, security will come. I've seen security do it. When they see guys go to that table, they come and they grab the guy and they tell the guy what's going on. And now that's up to the guy. If he want to go back in, that's or he already knows, but they let him know because they don't want no trouble in their club, man. They don't want no fights in their club. And they've been doing that too long. They know exactly how to control that situation. But they don't prevent them from coming in there. They just let the guys know, hey, the people at this table that you're introducing yourself to are trans. And it's up to that guy then to say, okay, I'm cool with that, or I already know. It's okay. Because he's trying to keep the peace. He's trying to say, hey, we need to do this so that we can keep the peace here. We don't need to do things that are negative. We don't need to do things that create disorder. What's up with you, Mace? Hey, Mace. Mace. Sharon, what's up with you, man? I saw you the other day, man. I started to. I think I'm going to have to pull up on you, man. I might have to, man. Just say hello. I saw you, man. Keep doing your thing, man. Don't worry about it. Let the haters hate, man. They gonna hate. That's how you know you're doing something, brother. Believe that. Whoever you are, I mean Sharon, bro. I mean like what's the guy? You um Fatty oh man, what is his name? What is his name? The one that's on Anton's bumper. What is that brother's name? C Breezy? Is it Breezy? Is it him? That guy, he's on his bumper. You guys got this whole YouTube thing on lock, man. This is y'all's time. This is your day, brother. Y'all keep doing it, man. Keep doing it. And believe me, man, your haters, the main ones watching. They keeping up with you, man. But hey, Mace, I want to ask you about this racism, Mace. Do you think these guys need to go ahead and get in the portal? You think they need to say, there was a guy a couple of years ago at Mississippi State who said, if you do, they were doing something he didn't like. It was a racial thing. And he said, I will not play football for this state if you go forth with that. And those legislators backed down. And they already said it'll be $470 million loss from their seat. If they start losing big name talents, if some of these great players start going to the Pac-10, the West Coast, if they start playing for the Big 12, what happens is now all of a sudden these SEC teams are going 3-6, 7 and 4-9 and all of that. They're not going to the playoffs, man. And that money creeps in. That comes in the salary. So now your coaches, you're not getting those top line coaches. You're losing talent. You're losing coaches. That's the SEC. That'll kill them, man. You can't We'll see how it plays out. Now I'm looked at the portal. You can't get out of the portal. You have to transfer, I think, in January. But we'll see. Because we see rumblings. I've already heard that the NFL, they're talking about the NFL is going to do some protesting. So if you don't want blacks to be treated fair, if you want taxation without representation, if these are things that you want, you can't expect those black people to be a part of a tax base. They can turn around and just leave. And if they leave, what are you going to do? You could say you could sell tickets. Okay. If that was the case, why do you have a draft? If you don't need Negroes, why have them on your team? If the NBA don't need Negroes, okay, go comprise a team of no black players. Then what are you going to do? Who's going to go to watch that? Who's going to go to watch that? Who's going to watch that? Who wants to go and watch college football? All of the players suck. And you look at a UCLA, you look at a USC, and they're 10-0. Indiana undefeated. You think people are going to stop watching football? They're not. Yeah, that's a news coverage. That is. That's the coverage I want to go with. So what are you going to do? You're going to see that. You're going to see a backlash. They can divvy up and do all of that. You're going to see people. You're going to see people resist. And then what are you going to do? And America's not the South. You can't govern America like it's all the same. America's not all the South. The North exists. The West. You may believe in racism, but that doesn't mean the country believes in it. You got places like Vegas and Atlanta. You know, a lot of these places, man, they need tourism. They need a healthy supply of money coming into their cities. When you start cutting people off, that's going to affect it. Just like with this Strait of Hormuz affecting the oil trade, this thing affects everything. So what's your next move, man? When you talk about the strip clubs, you talk about the nightlife, the nightclubs, when you talk about Hooters, are you saying black guys can't go to Hooters? What if they want to go? What if they want to go and they want to spend money? They can't go? So what's your next move? And this is telling you about racism. This white guy is being arrested. You got a white guy, he went down there, he was starting trouble. Now he's being arrested. He's being taken in handcuffs. And this is going to hurt him. Yeah, there are going to be people out there who look up to him being arrested, but are those the people he wants to communicate with? Is this movement going to be him and 5 blacks? And that's going to run into, like the guy said, his racism. Said he liked y'all. You know, that guy said, why would he say he liked y'all? Nobody should like y'all. Nobody should like y'all. Like the stream, man. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. What we doing over here, man? It's a Southern Sunday. You know what? I think I'll listen to Sunday in the South. You know, that's got a Confederate uh, tone to it, talking about the South and growing old in the South and leaving your door unlocked. In the country, that's the country. A lot of people who during their youth spent time in the country, they identify with country music. Now, when you say city, you're right. I can see where you dismiss it in the city. But in the country, you can identify with it because they live a certain kind of way in the country. But this is the America we create, man, and we see it. And what are they going to do? So as we turn back voting power, what are we going to do? Are we going to punish people like Chud? Are we going to now have black people to be made fun of, to be used, to be dogged out? What are we going to do? What's our next move? What decisions are we going to make? This guy is setting the precedent. If they get rid of this Chud guy, all that other stuff, when it jumps off, they're going to do him just like him. And remember, that's Tennessee. That's Tennessee. Those are the streets of Tennessee. And you don't see white people by any number, zero, supporting this guy. You don't see them walking out there saying he's doing the right thing. And you're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. Like, share, support, man. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. What we trying to do here, man. Look, and shout out for that $250,000 podcast. I think last week, man. I think last week, and we're not talking about Trump, right? We're not talking about Trump, but we'll get into it, man. We haven't forgotten about Trump. We'll get back to our Trump talk. We'll get back to it when it's necessary. And we do. We bring up stuff when it's necessary, when it's something that's newsworthy. When it's not newsworthy and it's not necessary, we're not gonna we don't discuss it. Chad the Builder, whatever, was arrested last night. There was accusations he didn't pay a bill. Someone put on to say harassment of citizens. Prior to that, women harassing women. Something about he was arrested then, disturbing the peace. Is he going to be able to sell to his crowd that he's being mistreated or something like that? We'll see, right? Time will tell. I saw Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock did a stream, and in that stream, he was basically blaming black people. But I mean, that's Jason. That's his game, though, right? He was blaming black people. So somebody can come up to you and drop in bombs, and you're supposed to take it. And yeah, but you can't do that. Now you try to do that. I want you to go around a group of people and you drop racial slurs and see where it gets you. See if they're tolerant of you. It is news coverage, brother. Yeah, this ABBA thing. Now, you know what? The whole ABBA thing, I have no interest in that. And, you know, I hope it works out for them. Whatever they decide to do or whatever she said, she's put out some stuff. And that's what these women are going to do to a lot of you guys. Got to understand, if you got a large online following and you using it to get women, those women are going to turn around and reverse that on you because you sleeping with them and now you're trying to cut them off. They're going to say stuff, man. And they're gonna just say it. And you got the GoFundMe, you got Cash, you can go, you got all of these little platforms. They can go in there and lie and say you did this and that, and people will send them money. And they need the money. And all of these guys, and they don't want kids, and they're going in these women raw, and the kids come, and then they don't want kids. And these guys are just not used to women. They're just not used to women. They don't understand the ups and downs. They don't understand the dynamics of women in their lives. And who's surprised? But who's surprised by that though? I mean, you take a look at that, who's surprised? You find out one of these podcasters with 1 million subs got used and played or was tricking off money or was simping on somebody. Who's surprised by that? I'm serious. Who's surprised? These dudes ain't no players. They ain't no max. These dudes ain't nobody to look up to or nothing like that. These dudes paying women to sleep with them. They're paying women to be with them. And then after they pay the women, right, the women still get more money when the women tells the stories of what they've been doing. I just saw the Suki Hana. She was saying Ray J. She said Ray J gave her more than $75,000. You got Ray J, you got her, and Ray J like that ratchet. See what you guys got to understand. For a lot of men, they can be married to the princess. They can. I think that's his ex-wife, princess. Let me tell you something. You can get married to princess, the nice upper class, well kept female, right? Real feminine, just what you like. But some men, they have within them a gene or a desire for that ratchet. And it mirrors like the call of the wild. It mirrors the same thing, an instinctive call to go out and sleep with. I mean, these rats, they want the ratchets. As much as you may find the Reds and the Sukihanas unattractive, these dudes, they like what you don't like in them, they do like in them. They like that in these women. They like the masculinity. They like the 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 the, the real hard ghetto talk. They like the weed, the neglected weave, the neglected box. They like that. They like a ratchet and stinking. They like it like that because that's really where they see themselves. They're not really good people. They're not the common man. They're not about, hey, I'm finna go home to my wife and kids, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow at the job. They're not like that. They like a ratchet chick. Now they may not be full blown thugs. They want to be like Ray J. He wants to be. He just couldn't pass the admission test. And he's working on his thuggery, but it's a little bit too late for him now. Ray J's working on his thuggery. He wants to be a thug. He's going to have to resubmit his package. And you can see him. She was on some talking about Ray J, how much money he's giving her. And you look at a guy like Ray J, say he could have gave that to a whole bunch of different women, but no, he gave it to her. He gave it to her because that's where he wanted that money to go. Because Ray J, he just happens to be a child actor and he was well taken care of as a kid. But Ray J, his real his real place is in the ghetto. He's just a ghetto dude. That's where he finds himself content in the hood, in the ongoings of the hood. The black community, man. You know, when you're driving up the street, you go into a black neighborhood and you looking around, there go a Cadillac, there go a Mercedes. Look at them thick junts walking up the street. There go a basketball goal. Some people feel comfortable in that setting, man. They don't, all of this stuff where you go into a New England or the Hamptons, you go into these privileged communities. Yeah, they can afford them, but they don't feel comfortable in them. They don't feel comfortable in them. So they turn around and they go after something else. They say, "Hey, I'm happier doing something else." We got Chud the Builder, Ray Streamer. We see a emerging sentiment with a lot of people finna leave the South, man. A lot of the money people, a lot of people who make the South money, they're gonna leave the South. They're gonna leave the South to people can have it. They're gonna hurt them in those schools. They're gonna hurt them. And I'm saying, if you look at the recruits, man, they're gonna use that against the South. If you're Deion Sanders, you can go in there saying, "Why are you going to Alabama, man?" He can be talking to his mom. He could be talking to his mom. He gonna say, "Why are you going to Alabama?" We want my kid to get a good. Are you sure you want him to go to Alabama? As racist, they're turning over the voting right. All that. You sure you want to go? No, they're going to use that against them. And see, you can be closed minded and say it's going to go a certain kind of way until it goes a certain kind of way. You can't. It's not going to work, man. These people are going to look at the things. Your portal. You're going to have a lot of top talent going into the portal. Tennessee Titans, you're gonna have a lot of football players refusing to go to that school. I mean, go to that pro football team. They're gonna protest. They're gonna say, "I want to be on that team." Until they get rid of their racism, I don't want to play for this. You're gonna see it, man. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Like the stream, man. We got the join link posted. We'll take your thoughts. It's a Sunday in the South. Let me see. Did Shud shut it down? I'm looking at this. It says Chud is arrested. I saw him call a woman a mud shark because she dates black men. See, I got a problem with that. Because she dates black men, she's a mud shark. And see, when you go under that, when you go under that type of thinking, basically what you're going under is that they have to some kind of way answer to you with the way they live their lives. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Bunch of black guys support him. I'm looking at this black woman, this black man. And see, this is what I'm saying. He's taking them over. I'm looking at it. That's the guy who wanted to fight him. Yeah, this guy. But this is how he makes his money, man. This is how he gets his money, brother. Walking around telling women that they need to put clothes on. These are not your women. You can't police women. If they're not sleeping with you or they don't want to sleep with you, you can't police them. And I know guys think that you should be able to do it, but the thing you have to wonder, the thing you got to deal with is these women sleep with the men they choose to sleep with. You cannot get into the middle of that any more than they can get into the middle of what you're doing. You can't interfere with that, man. Like the stream, man. What we doing over here? There we go, brother. There we go. Hold on. Let me get this video over here. Yeah, I don't know where this stuff goes, man. I just took down. And I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where this thing is, man. It was sitting up here. It was sitting up here, but hold up. Let's see. He got his sound together on here, brother. Okay. Let's go with this right here. Pardon the language right here. God damn. Let me cut that down, bro. Whew.
Dude, look at that. God damn.
Let me take this off. And yeah, you can police your woman. You can police that woman that's yours, but you can't police other men's women. And some of these clowns, they teach that on here. You can't complete if that ain't yours, man. If she ain't submitting to you, if she ain't with you, and she wants to walk around naked, you can enjoy the optics, but you ain't in no position to police that woman. This is why people think this dude is suspect. He's got a kid, right? But it's the way he's acting. I mean, you have to wonder about a guy.
Dude, look at that.
That might not be for you. Okay, you don't want her. Okay, what's wrong with that, though? I'm just saying, I don't have a problem with that. If that's not your cup of tea, okay, fine.
God damn.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn. Put some clothes on. Shit. Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome.
Okay,
All three of y'all are
he's still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. You don't give a fuck.
I give a fuck.
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie. You getting this on stream? Maybe you should go home.
Come on, Shaniqua. Let's hear it.
Shaniqua is crazy.
That's crazy, bro, that he would say that to those women. Those women can wear what they want to wear, and they can sleep with whom they want to sleep with. If they want to sleep with multiple men the same night, that's between the men and them. But see, this is what I'm saying. This is harassment. He's forcing himself, and it's insults. It'd be one thing if he was, maybe that is his game, but it's insults. And that's what I'm saying. And then there are women, and you go up to a woman and she's got her butt out and you're screaming like you're her father. You can't tell her to put her butt back in. That's her butt. And that's where there is a problem, man.
You're not gonna say some fucking racist ass bullshit.
Shut up,
Always
nigger.
fucking Dalton.
Shut up, nigger.
Dalton either. What did you say?
You heard me. You heard me.
And what I
I bet you won't.
saying nigger is crazy.
It's not. It's freedom of speech.
It's crazy.
Y'all are being disrespectful. They're chimping out. They're chimping out.
There you go. So that's where he's at. He's on pump. But yeah, he targets, this is a woman. He targets women. He targets what he considers easy targets, and this is why people don't have the sympathy that he wants them to have. And there's some dudes out here who derive a certain amount of pleasure from this, and they're incels, but no, I would rather smash him than to walk around and argue with him. Yeah, she looked good, but I'm just saying I would rather smash him than walking around arguing with him. But there's a certain segment of incels. But one thing he shows you, right? We're not talking about game, but make yourself known, right? But see, you don't have to do it with insults.
Dude, look at that. God damn.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn. Put some clothes on. Shit. Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome.
Okay,
All three of y'all
he's
are
still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. You don't give a fuck.
I give a fuck.
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie.
He's deliberately blowing smoke in her face. But like I said, this is done to women. This is done to women. This is not done to men. This is mistreatment of women. These are not his women. And what I'm saying, those women can go walk around with anything. That's up to them. You can't go and blow cigarette smoke in their face and call them niggers, and then think that nothing should happen to you. And this is what I'm saying. You talk about incels and guys struggling. This is the wrong way. He's not trying to. Well, we know that. We know he don't. Well, we know that, don't we? We know that. But yeah, what's the point? You on your stream and you embarrass some young ladies. Okay. What was the point? You're stronger than them. You're a man. They look like they're young. You went out and you blew smoke in her face. You called her a nigger. Okay. You got arrested later on that night. What did you accomplish? What did you change?
You getting this on stream?
Come on, Shaniqua, let's hear it.
Shaniqua is crazy.
You're not gonna say some fucking racist ass bullshit.
Shut up, nigger. Shut up, nigger.
Dalton either.
What did you say?
You heard me. You heard me.
Yeah, what I said.
I bet you won't.
And so this dude is walking around looking. This isn't about free speech. He's blowing smoke in people's face. Just think about that for a minute. The man is walking around blowing a cigar. He sees a group of girls, right? There are men out there. There are black men out there, there are white men. But look at where he targets.
Dude,
Look, why does he care about her body? Ooh, look at that. Why would you say that about her? She's not bothering you. Look at that.
God.
Some dudes like those little the cellulite. Some dudes like that. That's their thing.
God damn.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn, put some clothes on. Shit.
Why? Why should if she can wear what she's wearing in the city, within the governance of the city, if she's not obscene and they say she's fine, what the fuck do you care what she has on? That's not your woman. And it's very easy to solve the problem. Don't talk to her. Oh, you don't like women who built like that? Leave them alone. There are people out there who don't like guys who wear cowboy hats. All you got to do is leave them alone. But you see, that ain't going to happen, right? So let me go on stream and let me go pick on a bunch of women. Isn't that something? So I could get the incels excited.
Clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome.
Okay,
all three of y'all
she's
are
still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. Don't give a fuck.
And that's why women, you got to see now, these are not no hood chicks, but that's why women, you have to see, look, and they'll call guys white knights and simps. This guy's being a jackass for no reason.
God damn.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn, put some clothes on. Shit. Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome. All
Okay,
three of y'all are
she's still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. Don't give a fuck.
I give a fuck.
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie. You getting this on stream? Maybe you should go.
Come on, Shaniqua, let's hear it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell a judge you're not out being an asshole or causing trouble. You're blowing smoke in her face. You're out here calling people niggers and you're blowing smoke in their face. And then when they complain, you got pepper spray and a pistol. Yeah, you're looking, this guy right here, brother. This guy right here. This guy's looking for trouble. Look at that. And you must hate women. Like, this isn't his woman. This is a random chick. He's blowing cigar smoke in her face.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie. You getting this on stream? Maybe we should go home.
Come on, Shaniqua, let's hear it.
Shaniqua is crazy.
You're not gonna say some fucking racist ass bullshit.
Shut up,
Charlie's
nigger.
fucking Dalton.
Shut up, nigger.
Dalton either.
What did you say?
You heard me. You heard me.
Yeah, what I
I bet you won't.
saying nigger is crazy.
It's not. It's freedom of speech.
It's crazy.
Y'all are being disrespectful. They're chimping out. They're chimping out.
That's crazy, man. And from my perspective, what's wrong with talking to women? What is all of this blow smoke in their face? And yeah, you do have to wonder about that. And those are young women. And he's, well, nothing. But that's fine, man. If you are an incel and this is your new leader, get you some cigars and go to your local city, man, and blow smoke in their face and see how it turns out for you. Yeah, that's weak, man. That's what I'm saying. And it's not even about anybody should bother this dude, but the people that he targets, man. He keeps going after soft targets. He keeps going after soft targets. And there are people out there who would give him what he wants. He wants to fight. There are people out there who would fight with him. They fight with him in a minute if that's what he wants. If he wants to fight, they'll give him a fight. They'll give him all the fighting he wants. But those are girls, so blowing smoke in her face, calling her a nigger, and then saying she's chimping out when he's the one that's causing all the problem. What is he? That's what I'm saying. There's something else going on. What does he get off on that? It's more to this story that, maybe on some that's not being revealed. Because what guy gets off? Well, like what man feels good about what we just saw? And so in being an incel eventually leads to hating women. And so what do you hate? That you are attracted to women? The women don't like you, and you hate that you're attracted to them, but they don't like you. Oh man, it's a crazy world, bro. That's crazy, man. They just harass them. Well, see, once again, I'm in the hood, man. That don't fly. See, that wouldn't work. That ain't gonna work. That would have been a homicide. That just won't. You can't blow smoke in there, man. You cannot. If I wish I would take a cigar out and go up to a group of women, 3 women, and just start. That ain't gonna work. White or black, that's not gonna work. But you know what though? I gotta get out of the hood though. I do. I gotta get out of the hood, man. Maybe I'm the one with the problem. Maybe it's not him. Maybe he's showing me that we live in a freer world than you live. He's right. Well, he lives in one freer than me because there ain't no way. I would have had my funeral, brother. They'd have been reading if I go into 3, I'm talking about black women. If I go into 3 black women, I know I'm talking about where I'm at in the black community. I go in there with a cigar, right? And I'm just blowing smoke in their face. Yeah, that ain't gonna work, man. That ain't gonna end with them, looking at me and crossing the street. No, they're going to do a lot more to me than that. And they dudes. I ain't want to talk about they dudes. That's what I mean by rescue. They dudes normally show up. And this is when a lot of women realize they need a man, though. Right here, she might got a bunch of dudes. She's smashing a bunch of dudes. She got a rotation of guys, right? White, black, whatever.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn, put some clothes on. Shit. Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome. All
Okay,
three of y'all
you're
are
still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome.
This is when women realize they need a sneaky link. They need a simp. I'm serious. They need a simp, right? Because this is going, you see, they ran into him. Now, I say 99% of the people out there are not like that, but he's like that. And now, once again, this is Nashville. It says in the hood. But I'm telling you, in the hood, if you're a black man, you wouldn't be able to get away with this. There's going to be a security guard. There's going to be some ex-lover. They're going to come to their defense. Oh, white knights. Well, if you're out causing the problem, though. No, Shaka. If you're causing the problem, Shaka, I'm not saying a guy trying to pick her up, she goes off on him, and then he gets beat up, and all he was trying to do was talk to her. No, this dude's blowing smoke and calling her a nigger. And I'm telling you, a lot of people would intervene with that just because that's a male and a female, white or black. You know, I mean, look, brother, everybody catching L's out here, but he ain't out there trying to pick up women. He's out there on some mission. He's trying to do something on his stream site. But this is a message to women, though. You got to do that. This is when you call in. This is when you put out the bat signal.
You don't give a fuck?
I give a fuck.
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna
Look at how he's blowing smoke. You see that? This is when you have to look. Now, Shaka, this is when women need to understand when you go out, you're going to attract, especially if you go out with your ass out, you're going to attract attention. All the guys or women or whoever tries to talk to you, not going to be good people. This dude is being mad, disrespectful. He's blowing smoke in her face. He's saying he don't like what she has on. And then he's calling her a racial slur. He's calling both of them a racial slur. And then he's running around talking about free speech, but he's doing it for the delight of who? Incels? He said, I wouldn't. No, I said she needs to have that. God damn. Brother, those girls, those young ladies need to have somebody in their phone to help them when they deal with grown-ass men. Man's 28 years old. Something's going on with him. He's blowing smoke in her face, and he's calling her a racial slur, both of them. They're out and about. Man, that could be your that could be your daughter. That could be your girl. That could be your nieces. And they call you up and say, hey, Uncle so-and-so, I'm scared. There's a guy out here messing with us. And you say, okay, give me a minute. Now, this is what I'm saying. Shaka. Oh, you're a white knight. My Shaka. This got nothing even to do with talk. This is just harassment. I'm going to blow smoke in your face and call you a nigger. For what? Oh, it's my free speech. And yeah, you're going to do that to women, but you're not going to be able to get away with that with men. So that's what I'm saying. And he knows that. He knows that. Yeah, you can do that to women. And as a man, that's weak. Puffing cigar smoke in a woman's face, that's not tough.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome.
Okay,
All three of y'all
you're
are
still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. You don't give a fuck?
I give a fuck.
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe.
his worst anger. And see, this hurts a lot of the guys, even the incel guys, right? The guys who are hardcore, those guys. It hurts them because they're not like that. They struggle with women, but they're not assholes. They're not out there blowing smoke and calling women. But I'm saying this guy, and I think this guy is an incel, but this guy.
I'm not gonna lie. You getting this on stream?
Come on, Shaniqua, let's hear it.
Shaniqua is crazy.
You're not gonna say some fucking racist ass bullshit.
Shut up, nigger. Shut up, nigger.
Dalton.
Now he's going to say he was talking to the white girl. He's going to look at, he's smiling. Yeah, bro, just to me, that's a certain amount of sickness that goes with his content, bro. It's a sickness. Like, share, support, man. Like the stream, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts.
What did you say?
You heard me. You heard me.
Yeah, what I
I bet you won't.
saying nigger is crazy.
It's not. It's freedom of speech.
It's crazy.
Y'all are being disrespectful. They're chimping out.
Oh, lack of sex, man. Lack of sex makes these guys get into the wrong thing, brother. And that shows you how mentally it messes with your brain when you don't deal with women, the opposite sex, or you have such bad, all your dealings are bad. They said something about him and a child or something he can't see, something about whatever knows. The guy was saying that the guy who stole his hat. But yeah, yeah. So isn't that something, man? You got one guy who can't get women. So what he decides to do is just walk around and harass the women. You out there with your friends, you take your wins with your losses. You're not bothering nobody. And here's this one guy out here blowing cigar smoke. Blowing cigar smoke and aggravating women. And suggesting that they should dress up because he said so. Okay, what about her man? Her man don't have a problem with her dressing like that. Why do you have a problem with it? And what are men for? No, I'm being for real. What are men for? Men are protectors, right? And when you say the white knight is a classification of a guy who inserts himself in a situation unnecessarily. Normally, it is the woman who's crashing out on the man, and then here comes the white knight to assault, to punish, and he didn't do anything. He's the recipient. He's the victim. Here, this guy's not the victim. This guy's not the victim. This is sick right here, man. And if you are a member of Nashville, you need to look at these young people out and about living their lives, not bothering. Here come this grown-ass man, this older man, blowing cigar smoke and throwing out racial slurs. Is this the type of guy, this the type of citizen you want in your community? Is this the type of citizen that you want, that you're proud of? They saved him. And this is bad optics. Let's see what happens next week. This is bad optics. What I'm trying to say to men, this is bad. Yeah, we saw what you did, man. See Fresh and Fit, they've had their problem, but Fresh and Fit do their show behind security in an air-conditioned place. They're not in the streets. They're not out in Nashville. They're not out in Nashville. And his show is voluntary. His show's voluntary in a sense people interact with him. He's not Myra's not walking up and down the street blowing cigar smoke, calling people niggas. That's what he's doing. So no, it's not like Fresh and Fit. It's not like Fresh and Fit at all. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. What we doing over here, man? You see that do business? Did you see that?
That was good. What's good with your play?
Yeah.
Nah,
What's up with it? Did you see that?
yeah, I mean the little clip you just played. Yeah,
No. Instead of trying to mac the chicks, he's calling them names.
yeah. Like I said, I really wasn't even finna
Okay,
get on.
hold
I
on.
just wanted to holler at you right quick.
Okay,
That's
hold on.
crazy.
Let me show this real quick. Do you see this?
Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're
Yeah, he wanted to film this.
being lovely. You're being awesome. All
Okay,
three of
but
y'all
you
are
still
being.
like-
What you have really is a guy who's created a fake movement, a fake mission, free speech. He really wants to, he's an incel and he wants to bash women. And he really don't like women who are, modern women. He don't care for them. So which gives them credence about when they say they're afraid of men. Look at this.
Ew, look at that.
They can look any kind of way they want. That's if they're not violating the statutes of the city that control obscenity, they can walk around with their ass out. You don't have to like it.
God damn.
This is harassment. No matter how you try to repackage this is harassment. And the guy's got a camera.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn. Put some clothes on. Shit. Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome. All
Okay,
three of
but
y'all
you
are
still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. You don't give a fuck.
I give a fuck.
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
I don't give a fuck. Now remember, these women are probably what, 20? These are young women, right? Just living their lives, right? They can talk to who they want to. If they want to talk to you, you can't make them, right? So they're free they're free to do whatever they want. This guy's gotten in front of them.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie.
Now look, he's deliberately blowing the smoke.
You getting this on stream? Maybe you should go.
Come on.
Come on, do business. You agree with that?
Agree or what?
Blowing smoke, puffs of cigar smoke in a young woman's face.
Nah, I mean it was kind of interesting, to watch this clip that you're showing. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a lot of white guys like that. I'm sure
you
he ain't
don't.
the only.
Okay. So that's their what? So what's the point?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you could call it. I wouldn't say hatred for women. I think that some people get a kick out of belittling someone. So yeah, I mean, if people gonna watch it, then you're gonna see that kind of content. So that's basically what I see. I think he's doing it for content and enjoying it at the same time.
But what kind of No, I'm being for real. What
Mhm.
kind of loser gets off on watching women being humiliated?
Well, I mean, because we're talking about Caucasians, so I mean, I ain't trying to pick on the Caucasians, but a lot of Caucasian men don't view women as valuable at all. So I mean, they feel like they can just do whatever to the. I'm serious, man. They don't really. Some white dudes really don't care for women. They really don't. They're
Yeah.
more, loyal to themselves.
And you know what? And it's scary. No, I'm serious. This is scary to me. I'm serious. As I look at this shit's scary to me. So, no, because a lot of times women will tell you they don't trust men and they're afraid of men. And you think that they're exaggerating. But you got to remember, these are young women. And this man, now he's 28, but this man is blowing cigar smoke in their face and calling them hoes.
Well, I mean, even with that statement you just made, yeah, a lot of women are exaggerating because like every dude is not like this dude. So yeah, I don't even want to hear women talking like that either. I just turn it off anytime I hear, because I see it so much. They be talking a whole lot of trash about they can't do this and do that, but still
Mhm.
wanting attention from men and still hating men. So whether it's
I
the men
don't
or the
think
women
I
doing
don't
it,
I don't
I don't.
I don't think that those women hate men. I mean, they're just young women out and about.
Nah, she ain't got to be young. Well, I ain't talking about these women on this video. I'm talking about what
I'm
I've
talking
seen on
about
social media.
these women that we're witnessing. So
But
I'm
these
saying,
women, they just minding their business.
there
They
you
just
go.
chilling.
What I'm saying, just think about it. We're in America. We're in America, and we're watching a man go in the face of looks like maybe 4 girls, young girls. I'm saying these women are probably what, in their 20s, and he's blowing cigar smoke, and it looks like it's deliberate so he can put it on his content, and he's antagonizing them so that he can. Yeah, this is something. It's something sick about this, brother. It's a special. No, look, brother. You want to talk? We can have conversation after conversation about feminism and what it's done to men, and what it's done, and all of that. But still, if you just walking around, you can, I'm for. We need to communicate. I'm 100%. Go talk to him, but he's saying he don't want to talk to him. He don't like them. They ugly. Well, why talk to him at all? That's why I get confused. Oh, I'm gonna go talk to him and call him ugly and blow smoke in their face.
Well, I mean,
And,
it's a number of reasons.
wait a minute, and I got a bear spray in my pocket. That if they get upset, I'm gonna coat that motherfucker with bear spray. For
Well,
what?
I mean,
You're bothering them.
well, you can. I mean, like I said, you can look at this all kinds of ways because really, I mean, you could just walk away from the guy. You know what I'm saying? But
They're trying to cross the street, do business.
well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, look,
He got in front of them.
no disagreements, but um, like I said, I can understand the reason why he's doing it based on his mentality. But I mean, I don't know, man. It looked like a dude that just gets off on belittling people. I mean, what else can it be?
Yeah, well, he was arrested, do business
Yeah,
last night.
yeah. He'll probably get out and do it again.
So if a guy intervened, is that a white knight? Is that a simp? If you were standing there across the street, I'm not saying you would. I'm saying if there's a guy standing across the street and he overhears that, and then he says, "Well, I'm a man, they're women. Hey, man, why don't you pick on someone like me? You're bothering a bunch of women. Why don't you bother me?" Well,
Nah, man,
is that
you're
a
doing
simp?
too much now.
That's a simp.
Nah, it ain't no sense. It just you can't always, say women all the time. Like, especially if you in Nashville. Uh, I guess you can compare Nashville to maybe Vegas. I guess just a large population of people crowded downtown. I mean, I ain't saying nothing. If he cursing women out, that's on him. Shit. And the women
Yeah.
better not look at me expecting me to protect because I'm gonna look at all y'all like y'all crazy. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
Okay.
He
Okay. Hold on.
cursing you out, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Shaniqua, let's hear it.
Shaniqua is crazy.
You're not gonna say some fucking racist ass bullshit.
Shut up,
Alex
nigger.
fucking Dalton.
Shut up, nigger.
Dalton either.
What did you say?
You heard me. You heard me.
Yeah, what I
I bet you won't.
saying nigger is crazy.
It's not. It's freedom of speech.
It's crazy.
Y'all are being disrespectful.
Well, the problem also he's going to run into is people have daughters. and they don't want their daughters treated like that. You can say those, you can talk about them, but just in general, they don't want men to be running around America blowing smoke and insulting the young women. They don't. Now, I'm a man. I'm telling you, man, you can't try. I already told you where I would be running for security, bro. I seen what they do.
Well, I
I
mean,
seen what they do. Now, you can't do that to no black. I'm telling you, you cannot go up there blowing smoke, calling them hoes, and you ain't they man. You just some random
right.
dude. There's gonna be a problem, man. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it should be a problem. It should be. So that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Like for a dude, whoever the dude is, to try to step in and save women all the time. Well, calling him a simp, I call him a super simp if you're doing that. Like,
Okay.
sometimes you got to fall back, man. Like the women need to learn how to protect themselves. I mean, all right.
Well, they can. You're right. They certainly are. They're well protected. You're right about that.
Mhm. Yeah,
You know,
it's a
and
crazy video though. It's crazy.
that's where I want to spend my Saturday nights out where all the young people are. But I'm out here calling. I'm out here causing fights and stuff. That's what I want to do with my Sundays, man. My Saturdays.
Yeah,
But
he on some other. Yeah, that's
mhm, that's sad when you think about it. But go ahead, do business. You said you had another reason. Go ahead.
well, yeah. I was trying to think about what you was talking about. As far as like, I think I lost my train of thought, um, but basically, all I'm saying is platinum is these type of individuals are everywhere. So, like I said, I mean, I think that it is a problem. I don't think dudes should be doing this kind of stuff online, but I mean, it's so much content out here. It's crazy. We really shouldn't be watching this kind of stuff, but it exists. It's
Well,
weird though.
he
It-
laced his with racism.
yeah, and then it's you have a right to make whatever content you want, but it's like, damn, if you're gonna get put in jail for it, it's like, what's the point? Like, so dudes like this, man, I don't know. He got to be halfway rich doing this kind of. It got to be something. Because if you're just doing it just to be doing it, then yeah, you really crazy. But if you're making a profit from it, then I ain't got no choice but to respect it. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I get that. I think that, and I got it. You don't care, and you certainly have a right to not care. But there are men out there, they have nieces, they have daughters, they have wives, they have sisters, they have mothers. There are a segment of men, and I'm not saying that
hmm
they're all white knights or simps. What I'm saying, yeah, you can call them whatever you want to. There are certain lines you draw in the sand that you don't cross. And intimidating a group of women because you're a man, you'll probably be able to do it because you're a man. But that's a hell of a you're taking a hell of a chance. Because
yeah,
eventually, and they're on he's been arrested twice. You're gonna run into women who are not gonna be as acceptable to your behavior.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's crazy, man. But I mean, people do that stuff all the time. Just think about these podcasts. So yeah, man, it's men and women beefing with each other for whatever. It's the dumbest stuff. But this is what's out here. But nah, you don't want to be one of them type of dudes that hate women because it's a number of things that can happen. With dudes that think like that. So it's like, man,
Well, that's
I,
where
I don't know what's going. Go ahead, go ahead.
no, that's the way he's coming off. He's coming off, and I don't know if he means this. He's coming off as a dude who hates women. So maybe if that's not his intention or whatever, I don't know, but that's the way he's coming off.
Yeah,
And remember, those women weren't bothering him, so they got their shorts on. Yeah, and let me say this: a lot of dudes, you take your rejection and you make it more than what it is. You
mhm,
internalize it. So hey man, rejection, just rejection. Just like those, they're walking a separate way. They're just walking a separate way.
Mm,
Uh, yeah, to have this desire to see women humiliated, and we know that's fresh and fit. If that's your thing, and there's questions about those guys. Guys think those guys are a little bit zesty, right? I mean, I
mhm.
don't know. I don't know. But this is weird, man. We're now, instead of a man having a wife, a family, and he runs his family, and behind closed doors, he's the man, she's the woman. We've moved into a place now where these guys want to antagonize women,
Mhm.
and a lot of it has to do with them not being able to sleep with them.
I mean, yeah, that's my point. Yeah, that's a number of reasons, man. I mean, because we could say the same thing about a lot of these panels. I mean, and all I be saying is, you know, men and women beefing with each other. You rarely see people getting along. It's always a bunch of bickering and babbling. So it's like, I mean, what's the point with that? I mean, that shit is crazy, man.
Well, yeah, these panels now, we found out these dudes is paying women and stuff. You're not gonna get any information. If a guy is paying his if a guy is paying money to have women and men on his panel, they're being paid. They're not gonna give you their real opinion.
Man, that shit is crazy, bro. I be saying like that's why it's good. We have channels like this. You know what I'm saying? Where we actually can chop it up. Like men. But
Mhm.
you'll never see me on them panels, man. Never, dog. Man, most of the women on them panels ain't looking for nothing anyway. Cause I be chopping it up with some of these chicks, man. They off the
Mhm.
chain, bro.
Well,
Very friendly. They
they
very
who
friendly
they are.
though.
They women. They just who they are.
Yeah, right.
You don't like them, don't deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't got no problem with it. It's just funny, man. But
I don't know why guys see guys have never. The problem with a lot of men is they've never been able to go out there and pull three women back to their hotel or back to their house. So there's a lot of anger. So yeah, if I'm a guy out there and every time I try I fail, you're right. There's going to be a lot of anger, and that you can see that in these guys. And attractive women, they especially hate attractive women. When they see attractive women, they really get upset because they don't like the fact that they're attracted to these women. These women are good looking, they're fine. They assume they're taking advantage of a man. That brings up what happened to them. Now they got the system broke them down, and she's beautiful, and I'm gonna hurt her. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna tell her I gotta knock her down a pig to let her know, you know, even though she's attractive and I'm attracted to her, to let her know she ain't shit. I gotta let her, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of that is stemming from that. I feel it, I hear it, and I
Mhm.
see it. Now hold up, we got a rare situation. One of your hold up now, Jay. This is one of yours. Jay, this is one of yours. Explain this, Jay.
I really don't think this is like a conservative though. This is
Yes,
kind of.
no, he's one of
Did he
yours.
claim? Wait, has he claimed he's a conservative?
Yes, this
All
is
right,
one of
wait.
yours, Jay. This is
All
what
right,
you
wait,
got.
wait. If I could explain, right? I'm more like a moderate conservative. This is probably a far right leaning, like a Nick Fuentes type, which I really don't associate with. So I don't claim him. I don't claim him.
Yeah, but you think that's the way to deal with women, conservative Jay?
I mean, what he's doing, that's. I think he a troll. I think this is just a troll trying to get a reaction.
Is it appropriate for him to be engaging with those women the way he's doing it?
No, no, it's not good.
Okay, if you were standing on that sidewalk and you witnessed that, You're waiting across the street. You don't know the women. You don't know him. You see him blowing blue cigar smoke in their faces, calling them niggers. Would you say something?
I'd be like, some look, I understand you're a conservative, it's your freedom of speech, but I think what you're doing is very idiotic. Like I think it's very stupid.
And what if he refers to you as a racial slur?
Well, I'll just tell him, I'll just be like, I think you're ignorant, and one day you're gonna have to face consequences. I mean, that is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna do anything, but that don't mean somebody else will. But I mean, again, y'all acting like he going in the black neighborhood and doing this. Like, this dude is doing this in downtown and public areas. Like, he not going to like Detroit or like Chicago.
Well, I mean, he's doing it to women. I mean, of course, he ain't finna run up on no dudes and do that. I mean, yeah, he gonna be handled if he doing that. And if some dudes don't handle him, then I mean, I don't know what type of dudes they are. But for him to do it to women, I mean, that's kind of
But
cowardly
yeah,
or whatever.
those type of people you talking about, they don't hang out at country bars in Nashville. The
Yeah.
thug element ain't there.
And no matter where he at, I'm just saying, like, he knows better than to just walk up on certain and talking crazy. Like, yeah, you're gonna get slapped in the mouth quick, like, or
Well,
beat down, like right there. Dog. Like, come on, man.
yeah, a lot of people said he wouldn't make it to the end of this month. The way things are going, once this video right here goes viral, uh, yeah, I agree with him. Somebody said, I don't get that guy making it to the end of this month. I said, I give him to August. When they see this video right here, you got to understand this thing's going to, the World Star should grab this video. World Star, if you're out there, pick this up. Shade Room, pick this up. Look at this older man
Hmm.
talk to these young ladies out here. We were all young once, right? We were all 20. We were all 18. We don't care about her with how we like when they have all that. Well, I did. I do. Now, fuck that. I do like when they have all that. I like that. Now, I don't know about you. Maybe you think they should put clothes on. I like when they have their ass out.
Well, I mean, let me say this, like, if because you do have guys like that, but like I said, if you keep it to yourself, then that's cool. But you ain't got to be running up on people. Like you got some guys that don't like, you know, whores or women that dress a certain way. So if they want to speak about it, that's cool, but that's not the way to do it. But I mean, honestly, Platinum, I don't see anything wrong with a guy not liking women like that, but you don't have to attack them at the same time. So
Okay, hold on. Let's see him.
Ew, look at that. God damn.
Who said that?
Well, y'all want an autograph?
Who said that?
She's chimping out. God damn, put some clothes on. Shit. Put some clothes on.
Which one are you talking to?
The rude one. You're being lovely. You're being awesome. All
Okay,
three of
but
y'all
he's
are
still
being
my
great.
friend,
Y'all are being
so-
awesome. You don't give a fuck.
I give a
Tell your friend to pipe down a little bit.
Maybe you should pipe down.
Or what?
Maybe you should go back home, babe. I'm not gonna lie. You getting this on stream? Then we should go.
Come on, Shaniqua. Let's hear it.
Shaniqua is crazy.
You're not gonna say some fucking racist ass bullshit.
Shut up,
Probably
nigger.
fucking Dalton.
Shut up, nigger.
Dalton either.
What did you say?
You heard me. You heard me.
Yeah, what I
I bet you won't.
saying nigger is crazy.
It's not. It's freedom of
See.
speech.
It's
See.
crazy.
Y'all are being disrespectful. They're chimping out. They're chimping out.
You do have to wonder about
yeah,
that.
yeah, they should have got at him, man.
I
I'm
mean,
telling you, man, they should have got at him. They should have let him have it. Even if they didn't hit the dude, they should have been like,
oh, you think they should have hit him?
well,
Well, hold up, do business. Conservative Jay. I don't know what he's doing. Anyhow, um,
I mean, I
no,
hate to say that, but
he
if they didn't, now go ahead, go ahead.
he hadn't went out to no. No, I see the Bell saying he's done worse to black dudes. He hadn't went out to no real black dudes. He keeps going
Nah,
after these
nah,
dudes that's on the line,
he
dudes
ain't.
that's really not in that world, dudes who cousin in that world, dudes who brothers in that world, they brother in jail. He ain't went after no real street dudes because he's found out with the white guy who took his hat. They don't care. See, he's still dealing with people who are governed by the laws. They're saying, I'm not going to do this because I don't want to be punished. So he takes liberty with people like that. So hanging out where he's hanging out, he's able to terrorize those women. But he hadn't been able to do this to, he cannot do this. He cannot do this to normal, regular, everyday functioning people. He can't
Well,
do that to them.
yeah, because they weren't giving them no, they weren't giving them no static. You know what I'm saying? They should have like when people like that. Sometimes it's okay to snap on people. You know what I'm saying? You got to just put them in their place. So, but with dudes like that, that's a especially if you ain't got busy in some years, you know, and you've been waiting, to get at someone like that's a perfect, situation.
Not what's going to happen. He's going to run into some guys. Not so much these people are noble, or these people care about free speech or not. He's going to run into some people who don't back down, and he's going to run into some people who don't want to be disrespected. If he blows, I'd challenge him to blow that cigar smoke in some street dudes' faces, and then I want him to do the same thing he did to the women. And then you're right. Maybe those dudes will do time in jail. Maybe the society will say,
Nah, you ain't got to worry about that.
it's gonna be, man, you do business. It's gonna be a situation because I'm telling you, bro, if he blowing smoke in their face, talking about they niggas and stuff, and they don't want to be referred to like that, it's gonna be a problem. He could say chipping out ain't gonna bring him back to life.
Well, I mean, that's only if they get caught. That's what I'm saying. Like, if he recording, then you just make sure you don't get on the camera and just go and beat him down. It'd be good if he could do it to multiple, like a group of people. Oh yeah, so I'm telling you, man, some dudes like that, it's okay to beat them down. It's a beautiful thing if you do it too. Nigga caught me on a good day. I'm finna beat the, But I'm just saying if you feeling like that, I ain't in
So the more you,
encouraging violence or nothing.
so you're saying the more you see this, the more it looks a little bit different. So at first you said it was okay. Now you saying they should have crashed out. Now you saying you would beat them down.
Well, I'm saying if he's approaching dudes, that's what's gonna happen anyway.
He's not
But with the
approaching.
women, yeah, if
Okay,
you can look at it two ways. They can walk away, or they can make him feel the same way that he's trying to make them feel. So either way, they're not wrong. If
okay. If this guy, this is the type of video. This is probably one of the worst video. He should have never let this one get out. This one is abuse of women. Period. He's not trying to talk to them. He's certainly not sleeping with any of them. He talks about their bodies in public. They're just trying to cross the street, and he blows cigar smoke in their face, trying to antagonize them. And they're women, and he's a man. Now, I'm sorry, brother. We still live in America. That's going to be an issue. Men are going to have an issue with that. That's very cowardly.
Of course it is. You know what I'm saying?
So hold up. We got to let the video circulate. This video, you'll see more about it. This is going now, all this stuff about free speech and stuff, he's going to lose that because of who he's picking on. He's basically they're going to label this guy goes out into a city and goes after women with antagonize and that's illegal. Women are a protected group. You cannot target women. So that's what I'm saying. So he can get on pump and kick and all of that. Eventually, he's going to find out that this society is not going to accept that type of behavior. And people, these Congress people, they got daughters. These people, yeah, they don't want to see, man, those girls are just out being young women. The same way when you was 21, 20, you was out being a young, they shouldn't have to deal with this. And all this stuff about put your clothes on, that's a whole different conversation. Stop fucking the whole city. That's a different conversation. This guy right here is not even trying to talk to, he's just harassing them. So that's all I'm saying. That don't make sense, man. And what are they supposed to do to a man smoking a cigar with a cowboy hat? What are they supposed to do? Fist fight him? And somebody said this was role play. Somebody said this is that he's a sub, and there's a black guy that's a dominatrix over him, and has him out here role playing as a racist, this racist cowboy.
Well, I mean,
I don't know, allegedly. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's a possibility, that could be true. But I mean, nah, man, it's a bunch of dudes out there like this, man. So, it goes both ways, man, because you got women that do the same thing. So it's unfortunate, but that's how some people are, man. It's crazy though.
Yeah, this is a conservative. Remember, this is a conservative guy. He represents the conservative party. And I want to see what the conservatives are going to do, right? You had Jay up here. He was up here talking about he's a real conservative. I don't think Jay knows the party he's in. I don't think, a lot of these guys, they're claiming they're black conservatives, but they don't even understand the party.
It'd be some of the biggest, wickedest slime balls. Yeah, that's right.
Yep, you got a lot of black guys saying that they're Republicans and they're conservatives, yet they disagree with they disagree with Chud. Chud this is a mainline. This is a base conservative right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Man.
This is today's conservative party. Chud the Builder.
That's why you ain't got to be cool with everyone, man. I love social media for people exposing themselves, but nah, man, just because they black don't mean nothing. Go somewhere with that brother stuff, man. You ain't no brother, man.
Yeah,
and then black conservative nigga choice.
And then when you talk about men and women, now we're in the age in 2026 where men don't even want to sleep with women. They would rather antagonize and harass them. And which makes you wonder, because we talk about the women always call the men gay. I'm not going to go that far with this, but the guy, he does wear makeup and he got a kid. I don't know what's going on with him, right?
Well, I mean, but at the same time, hold on, let me say this right.
That's a legitimate. When you look at a group of women out and about and a guy just wants to argue with them, you do have to a woman does have to wonder, what do men want from us?
Well, wait a minute, hold on. Because when some men do approach women in a genuine way, and sometimes women are not always nice. So a lot of times you don't know, what people have went through. I mean, all women are not nice, Platinum. Some women are really mean, especially a group of them. You know what I'm saying? If a dude is trying to holler at a chick in this group, like, come on, man. So it goes both ways. I'm not saying, either party is right, but it's like, come on, man. Like, that's not cool either. You try to holler at some chick to be like, belittling you, like, damn, that ain't cool. So it ain't never happened to me, but I'm just saying, like,
Well, I got that, man, but women are not behaving the way this guy's behaving. And it's inappropriate. And yeah, all of the white knight and simp stuff, you can say that, but like I said, these women have relatives. It ain't about me. I don't know their business. There might be a dude somewhere right now up in a hotel room not thinking about those women. And they're out there with their ass out, walking around, and then eventually they wind up in his bed. And he don't care. Okay, I didn't say that didn't exist. But I'm saying from the standpoint of inappropriate, this guy's inappropriate. And you do have to file into protection Because if a woman can't just fucking live her life without harassment, and guys like him, they make it bad for players. When guys like him, he make it bad because other guys are just trying to get a number. Other guys are trying to get a name. Other guys just want to know what she's doing, right? He's over there calling her N-words and blowing smoke. They make it bad for players because then they say, well, no, sir, we don't want you approaching. Why you don't want me to approach the women? Well, do they know you? Said not yet. Well, yeah, if you don't know them, we don't want you. Wait, because we've had trouble in the past. You said, for what? Guys like him. Guys like this incel. You're like, man, damn, I'm not him. But he make it bad. So now I'm going to be against that, man. That's the wrong way to do it, man. He said the guy came on first and said freedom of speech. He says they can walk away. I've never seen a woman out here doing this on the streets. 3 men, the man talking is fine. Yeah, I've never seen women going up harassing men, calling men beta males and calling men simps. I haven't seen you. We may see that, but I haven't seen that. I see one guy and I see social media and I see racism. And I see a guy who's claiming he's a conservative. And all of this stuff about women, these women weren't bothering him. You could make the case about women, right? Women trying to cross the street. So if you see women trying to cross the street and they got shorts on, that's okay to go up and harass them. Yeah, this is not a good look for him, man. The Myron, you can't save him from this. If you support this do business, you hate women.
But I'm not. See, that's what I'm saying. See, people, man, some people really need to know how to listen, man, and critique things. I said free speech is free speech. And yes, they can walk away. Or, like I said, they could have snapped on them. Whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, you can't say that women don't insult men and belittle men, just like what this dude is doing. That it just doesn't make any sense. You got women that got groups where they be throwing rocks at dudes. Like, I don't know what's wrong. Maybe I know more about certain things than other people, but whoever made that statement in the chat room, sometimes you just need to listen so you know what you're talking about. You don't always know what somebody's talking about just by blurting out stuff. You need to listen to the person so you can understand what they're talking about instead of just giving your opinion and you don't even know what you're talking about. Shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, but if a man, this clip, if a grown man approves of this clip, I don't care what he says, he hates women. Because these women are not, I'm saying, I got it. What are you complaining about? That they're outside and they got on shorts? Okay, I get that. Are you their father? Are you their uncle? Are you related to them? No. Okay, I get that. They ain't the only ones. There are a lot of women outside with half their ass out. Okay, what's the next one?
Right.
I'm gonna blow smoke in their face and accuse them of chipping out. Yeah, that's a dude looking for trouble, man.
Yeah. I mean, he could be a passport bro or something. Like I said, it's a whole lot of ways you can look at this. But what he's showing is not good.
He
But
can't. He
you
can't
know,
do that over there. You can't go. You can't go over there and do. Look, you can go over there and buy. Yeah, they have a market over there. It's an economy, a sex economy. You can go over there and buy your way into women and the things that women do. But you can't go over there blowing cigars and women. No, you can't. No, you can't. If a woman is out there selling and she don't want to sell to you, you can't press that.
mhm.
No, you can't. I'm saying if they say I don't want to sell to you and keep on walking, you might be able to say some things and she walks away. But if you run behind her and get up in her face, you gonna be arrested overseas. You can't do that, man. So I'm saying, look, and it's fine. The dude is doing it on his stream. He's doing it for money, etc. Right? But in the real world, if a young kid sees that, I hope he doesn't do that because You're not gonna be able to get away with that. And as a man, you shouldn't want to do that. Do women do fucked up shit to men? Yep. But as a man, and then another thing, you need to target the people who don't doing something fucked up to you. You shouldn't randomly come back on a group of people. If I get played and used in Florida, my bank account, a woman lied to me, used me, slept with her baby daddy, went through my bank account. I go to Kansas City. I shouldn't walk out the door disliking women. Nobody in Kansas City knows me. They've done nothing to me. So they have to start anew. They have to.
Yeah, I mean, I got you, Platt. Like I said, I mean, it was a crazy video when you were showing it earlier. I was like, damn, I ain't never.
They saying that you need to be ashamed of yourself, do business.
Yeah, I saw that, man. It's well, I tell you the truth, man. I guess it comes with the internet thing, man. You know, everybody ain't got. I'm telling you, man, this shit is great. I think that's a female too. It got to be because if that's a dude, that's my God, what happened to you?
Mm-hmm. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We got the join link posted. We'll take your thoughts. Yeah, it's interesting, man. And if you're a female out there, you need to take this clip and you need to podcast on this because all of this stuff about protection and, women do need protection. Now, once again, we finna go down that slippery slope. Listen, I'm a player. I don't want no nigga interrupting me. If I go over to a group of women, I'm talking to them, one or two of them don't like me. I don't want no dude getting interfering. Hey, bro, they say they're not. So I get that. But that ain't what he's doing. And I don't talk like that. He's over there harassing women. I'm trying to get a number and a name. Get the fuck away from me, bro. Let her tell me she ain't interested. Get away from, see, that's what the whole white knight thing is about. That's an interference. This guy is antagonizing. That's completely different. So you are actually, as a man, white, black, Asian, as a man, you got to tell him, hey, man, back off. Hey, bro, leave them alone. Are they bothering you? Why you keep getting in there? You got to as a man. You don't have no choice. And a lot of these niggas, though, a lot of these YouTube niggas is hurt. They hurt. They wife cheated on them. They mad. They still mad at women.
But I mean, with Platinum, he's walking away though. See, listen, he's walking away. He did approach them, or he was standing by them, or whatever. But he's walking away. They started following him.
Who?
Right. I'm looking at the video you showing.
Women ain't following it. Oh,
yes, they are following the dude. Once he said what he said,
the street
or whatever, they're going in the same direction, but they can go away from him. So he's going away from them. How come they can't do the same? So, like I said, it's all kinds of ways you can look at that. Like I said, they were standing on the corner. He was talking to them. Shouldn't have said what he said. Just keep it moving. I mean, especially if you're downtown somewhere, man, you're dealing with all types of personalities, man. So, but I ain't saying the dude is right. Just a cornball. That's all I see.
Mm-hmm. He's a loser, bro. And this is what you become. Look at that. Look at this. She says, I am a woman. No real man would ever check this video like you did. Critique this video like you did. Something is wrong with you. Not sure you aren't mad.
What did I say? I didn't say anything.
Hey, you got to hit whatever your name is. You got to hit the link.
I don't know. See,
Lamini.
See what I was trying to tell you, Platt?
Sounds foreign. I don't know. You got to come up. If you're going to say that in the chat, he's up here. You need to come up here and discuss it with him. She said that you ain't a real man.
All right.
And she said something is wrong with you, do business. and she's not sure if you aren't mad at the bitch and that you don't hate women.
It's crazy, man. She
So
she wants me to
she
save
said
all women. Like I ain't doing that.
she said you mad at the bitch. Do business.
For what? I'm trying to see what am I mad at? But that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. They do this every day on all these panels, man. They just be they want to argue with you. It's like, why don't we just get together and kick it? Why you want to argue with me? No matter where you live at, we can kick it. But they ain't trying to do that on. It's embarrassing, man.
Yeah, you mad, do business.
I'm telling you, man. I ain't got nothing to be mad about.
Oh man, you Loki, you got to hit the link now. Come on, Loki. You know StreamYards.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. Because over here we try to solve problems, man. We put fires out. Do business has his opinion. Do business certainly has a right to his thoughts. He has his opinions. Do we agree or disagree? We have our opinions. And I don't know if this is the woman in the chat, but we do have someone who's joined. She refers to herself as Jazzy.
God.
Are you the one from the chat box?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing? Is that you in the chat, Jazzy? Can you hear me? You got to unmute your mic. Can you hear me? She was up here and then she muted up. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's crazy. Then they in the Red Joko talking about dudes be having problems with their baby mom. Like that ain't got nothing to do with the video we watch. Like,
well, that's what he having problem with his baby mama. So, Chud, Jazzy.
These
Jazzy. Is she up here? I don't know. You guys come up here. I guess it's probably StreamYards. They're not used to StreamYards. But you unmuted your mic. We can hear you. Did you get your connection hooked up?
I'm on the road. 1 minute.
Now we can hear you. Okay, we can hear you now. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Loud yeah, clear. I didn't know if the stream. No, I know I had to because I'm driving.
Don't make.
Yeah, I almost got hit. No, I just wanted to add my input because
hold up. Make sure you can respond and correspond with us. Protect yourself. Don't hit anybody. But are you the one from the chat?
Yeah, no, I always be on your thing. Yeah, I love your show. Okay. What's up? Good morning. Yeah, it's
How
me.
you doing?
Hey.
Go ahead, do business.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop on. No, it's good. Y'all all be right. Do business, be always talking good stuff, and all the rest of them. You, Platt. What the hell? What was that?
Some biker? Thank you so much.
No, I wasn't one of those. I wasn't one of those. No, you're welcome. Like I'm in Houston and all that, where I'm from, in Louisiana. No, but anyways, I was in one of those corner circle things, and it was like scary. Like one of those little circle things you gotta drive around. So I was like, shoot, okay. All these cars. Okay. No, but anyways, that reminded me of something that happened to me like a weeks ago. I just got my car, so I ain't gotta be on the bus no more because I always be on my own. So I don't come from nothing, but like some guy, it wasn't nothing like this, but it was something else similar. But it was another type of thing that be happening to folks that people do, they used to do, but they still do it. Ain't nothing like weird or nothing like, but it's kind of like rare. But like something similar happened to me. Like nobody was following me and nobody was like cursing me and all that, but it was something else. But that reminded me because I brushed off. I wanted to say something, but when I was at the when I was waiting for my bus, and this guy. He talked to me before, and it'd be like the same people. you know, because when you like anything you're doing, like in general, like where you live or work, you probably in general see the same people. So when it came down to that, this man probably didn't recognize it was me, but he always was trying to talk to me. He probably didn't recognize me, and he kept trying to ask for my number. And a lot of times I get that everywhere anyway. But with this one dude that I've seen before, that always be on the bus, the same bus in the same area, and he old dude at that. He told me like weeks ago, the last time I saw him when he tried to do this, and I didn't tell him it was me. He asked me for a number, and then I didn't give it to him, and we were just having a small talk. We weren't really talking about much, but it was all about he trying to get my number. And he's like, "What you doing? Like, can I go to your place?" And I was like, "No." And he all like, "Why not?" And I didn't give him the number and all that. And nothing was heated. And then he wanted to like get mad and throw shade on me. He I wish like cause everybody they have feelings of ego, but I'm like, it didn't piss me off that bad, but it kind of did because like when I didn't do it, and then he was like, he act like he really wanted to go to my place. I was like, he's like, can we go to your place? And he was like, why not? And I seen him before. He like a dusty old dude. He don't be doing that. He just be riding the bus. But he always a few times before he asked me for my number
What's
when we
wrong
was
with
at
that?
another stop. That's how I know his face. That's why I said no, nothing. And I get it. No, but this what he told me the last time because he probably didn't know it was me. And he just trying to holler. But it was the same dude because I know faces. You know, in general,
Jazzy, you're attracting those.
Okay.
Jazzy, do me a favor, Jazzy. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Can you pull off to the side just for a moment? I mean, you ain't gonna be up there long. Yeah, don't drive because the way you.
No, you're right. I'm about to pull off.
Yeah, pull off to the side.
Yeah, I hear you hear the air and all that, huh?
No,
yeah, I just pulled off. I ain't gotta worry about nothing.
Hold up, do this. You need to be focused on this conversation. And I think to me, you're trying to drive and you're trying to talk.
You right, Platt.
Yeah, so you pulled off.
Right, Platt. I didn't stop. Yeah, okay. I'm right here in the lot.
You're only gonna be there for a minute. Okay, hold up. Now, hold up.
I just wanted to add it because
no, hold up. Do
was
business.
A dusty old dude.
I got you. Okay. No, Jazzy. That's actually that's an offense of you because as a woman, if dusty men are approaching you, you have to look at yourself as a woman. Why you're attracting the dusties? Because they should look at you as they're beneath you. The way you carry is now that's a whole difference, but that's a different podcast. Do Business wants to respond to your criticism. Go ahead, Do Business.
I mean, I was
I'm gonna finish. It's more context to that, but it ain't a lot to more say. But yeah, finish. Just
Nah, you got. I was just ask. I was gonna ask you where you were driving to. When you say you were driving.
Oh, right now. So I landed this Mother's Day thing, and I'm just doing deliveries, and I'm dropping off some stuff to these little people. They got flowers. Some old people or whatever have you.
Okay.
So I didn't made it, but I don't know which suite. But yeah, I'm parked now, so I'm free and I get to work on my own time. Yeah, so y'all good. I can do whatever as long as whatever.
I don't know.
Hold up, the business, please. Do business. Let's talk about the criticism in the chat. Why do you think Do Business has an issue with women?
I don't know. Like,
Uh-oh.
She wasn't like that. But she actually showed me love, so that's why I'm glad she came.
She said that was her in the chat box.
So this is what that name, Luminita or something.
On that it was Jazzy being Jazzy. I don't know.
Oh, that's a different chick.
I don't know.
I didn't see Jazzy say anything.
I don't know. I have no idea. She was up here. I don't know. But at the end of the day, man, this race streamer and his antics have caught up to him. Now he's going to be released. and he can brag on this, but I'm telling you, man for man, white men, black men, we don't, because he talked about black women, white women. Uh, I'm telling you, they're still men. He's gonna have a problem with men and his attitude. He got a bad attitude, bro. And
You got
and do business if his baby mama has taken him through it. Maybe that's something he's responding in an inappropriate way. Maybe there's some
Right.
legitimate
Right.
anger with him, legitimate concern about the system and how it has misused him. Legitimate, right? But this isn't how you respond.
No, it's not. Like I said, we don't know. We don't know what why dudes be crashing out. Um, that's why these topics they be so touchy to a lot of people. So it's almost like you gotta try to say everything that's gonna make someone feel good. But it's like, nah, man. You give an opinion, you like it or not. But you know, I ain't got no problems with no one, man.
Here
I
you
don't
go.
come
Hold on.
around for that.
Here you go. Do business. Go ahead, Jazzy.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm back, Jesse. You were talking about do business, and I was like, I don't know. He be saying a lot of stuff great, so I don't
Oh, okay, so
I
you
don't
like
know,
What
but
him?
about
I get
You-
when you say
no
that?
the way no
Okay.
because that's why, and I don't know nothing else, but like the fact that me living on this earth, seeing things, and you know, like even though that's not all the way a part of it, and my story just I didn't with my personal thing, like I ain't come from nothing. My own parents didn't they they weren't for me. Then after I get on my own, I figure things out. I'm like a great person. I do everything great. But all of a sudden, the people outside supposed to be doing for you the most, come to find out they don't rock with you like that. I know it all the way the same, but like I know how I tie things in together. Two things can be true and things can be similar when it comes to anything. So that's what I'm saying that for. So like I experienced a bunch of haters, not like a bunch, but a few. And it was like the happened to be just ones you didn't know, and they was the ones that are supposed to help you. And then when
Hmm.
I do my due diligence with things, I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, this true, this not true. And everybody know with anything, nothing's 100% true about anything all the time. There's levels
Right.
of things. So that's what I'm saying. So yeah, but anyway, you guys can
Got us a little fan, Platinum. Shout out to you.
Man,
What's your name?
yeah, you always
well,
have good like
Said
you be hitting
Jazzy.
on
Jazzy.
good stuff, Platt. You have like one of the best streams.
I know, I
Huh?
know. They be hating on me though, Jazzy. You know that. They don't want. They know.
Yeah,
They know I'm way better than they are, so they lie on me and hate on me. You know. No,
yeah,
they
I know.
do.
We be needing this, cause like, dude, like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these channels, like you and all that, if we didn't have it, where would a
Mm.
lot of us be? And cause I told you how I come up, I don't have anybody. I'm like a lone wolf, and
Well, you're
like
not
anybody,
alone.
I just
You're
whoever.
not alone over here. You're not ever alone over here. You're always welcome, Jazzy.
Thanks. It's
Yeah,
fine.
well, your opinion. You have a right to your opinion. If you're never,
Yes, you sure are welcome over here. Especially
yeah,
you show me some love. Absolutely.
there you
Thanks,
go. Y'all
appreciate
both
it.
truck. We don't
Yeah,
like
you
to
guys are awesome.
jump the gun on things because time. But both of y'all drive trucks, right? Both of y'all drive, right? You drive, right,
Trucks.
Jazzy?
Oh yeah, I got a Honda. I wish so
Oh,
I
you
can
don't.
be
Oh, you
doing more
drive.
stuff.
Oh, you're just doing
No,
a
she's just making
I just
deliveries.
got a
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hours.
Well, if you would
Find
like
something
to,
else.
if you wanted to, you could put your number in the private chat and do business or whatever. You're talking about you're alone. You're not alone. Just for
Yeah,
Got a
yeah,
point?
I know.
well, that's up to you though. But I mean, you don't have to do that though. I was just telling you that you
No,
don't
I
have
know.
to do that.
Yeah, I don't mind. I love like
Yeah,
cool people and all that. As
yeah,
long
but
as you cool and all that.
Mm,
we go live,
okay.
and I know that there are people, plenty of people have told me, and I understand. I understand the world we live in,
Oh,
man.
cool.
It's messed up, and we try. We try. But yeah, and hold up, yeah,
One
don't
minute.
dox yourself.
Hey,
I
good
agree.
morning.
You don't. No, we don't want. See, we're not looking
1 minute.
to.
I'm gonna come back. I might have dropped this thing off right quick, and I'm gonna come right back.
Okay, okay.
I'm still here. I
Yeah,
just put it on.
just
Oh,
mute
okay.
up.
I got you. I got you. I got. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there you go. Don't
Man,
dox
crazy
yourself. We
phone.
don't. We don't want
Hey,
to.
handsome. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Dan.
live stream or whatever.
You got to
I
mute
This
got
up,
you.
sir.
is
I got you.
yeah. They have
I got you. I
two
got you.
buildings.
No, you good. Look, at the end of the day, he said, "Don't dox yourself." I don't know what you mean by that because we don't care. See, you come as you are over
Things
here.
still on.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna have to. Yeah, there you go. You come as you are over here. We don't judge. This is no judgment over here. You come up. We will care about is your opinion. You know, if you want to open up other conversations and talk about other things, there are people out
But
here who will support you. We're not that independent. We care. We know people going through things. There are people who got problems in their family. People been divorced. There are people don't talk to their kids. Well, we're open for that. You're welcome to do that. You
but you
know,
but,
we don't allow disrespect.
right.
Yeah. And
But you see what they doing in the chat plat.
yeah, I see them. Yeah, I see them. Yeah.
She came up here very genuine, real
Uh-huh.
cool chick.
Already.
They want a woman to come on the panel to argue with us, and
They like
that's what
they
I'm
like
trying to tell you.
Chud.
That's what they be doing on these
They like
channels all
they
over the
like
place.
they like Chud.
Yeah, they like that. We can't get
Well,
along with each other. Nah, we can't do that. We got the
we don't
beef.
do that over here. We don't do the Chud the Builder over here. That's him. I don't get it. That ain't my thing. I've complained about it on Fresh and Fit. I think it's weak. And it's also, to me, it's incel when a guy hates women because he's attracted to women. That's some incel shit.
Man, they gonna have to get on the panel, this Lumina, because they going
She ain't
crazy.
gonna do that. She ain't gonna do that.
What is
She don't like
wrong with
you though.
these people?
She don't like you, the business. But
That's what I'm saying.
we got JJ up here. What's up
What's
with you, JJ?
up?
What's up?
What's
Oh
up?
my
Nah,
God,
I
this
live in
shit.
the same area as this dude pretty much. Well, I moved from Clarksville, closer to Nashville, but like that
Okay,
dude's
okay.
from Clarksville. I don't know how he's gotten away with this for so long, honestly. But
How
it's
long you been doing it?
I just found out about him last year, probably around when Celeste Rivas' body got found. That's when last year. But
Okay.
he
So you
he 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 was a lame. So I know people that know him that went to school with him. He was a weirdo
mm,
in the high school and stuff like that. Like he used to get bullied in a way. You know what I mean? But he was never like that. He had black friends and all that stuff throughout high school, and then like I guess like he found a way to try to get famous, or I don't fucking know. Somebody messing with this woman, his wife, or I have no clue.
Mm-hmm.
The dude is
I
fucking
saw,
weird.
I saw the video from Walmart where he was just live streaming and a black chick had a fit and started cussing out the people who work at Walmart, and he was saying chimping out, right? And that's when he started. She wasn't talking to him. He just happened to be in Walmart. He was shopping, and this woman got in. He was already live streaming, and this woman got into an argument with the staff, and she got all loud and started, talking all that, the real ghetto stuff. And he said from there, he said that's when he found his lane in social media, and then he started to come up, and then all the other stuff. But no, you don't go up to, and see, this is what I'm saying. Okay, me, I'm a player. I'm gonna go up to 4 or 5 women. They get ass out. That's my lane. I like that. I
Right,
like them having their ass out. We cool.
right.
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
So I'm like, yo, you looking to have fun tonight? Yeah. You came out here like that? Yeah. Oh, I got to. I'm fat. I see. I like that though. I like that little. I like a little flake back there. I see. I see that. And then I'm back in the room. All of this. Let me go in front of them and blow a cigar in their face and call them racial slurs. I'm sorry, man. You hurting me. Because what's going to happen, they're going to try to get all men to leave women alone.
Oh
Now,
man,
I'm
here we
trying to
go with this.
smash, you trying to hate. I'm trying to love, you trying to hate. Come on, we ain't on the same thing, man. We ain't on the same message. And that's my problem with him. Like, bro, you just a hater.
Nah, man.
Yeah, he a hater. Yeah, he's showing real hate. He's obsessed with like black people in general. He is. I don't know.
Mm.
I have no clue what
I
his
think
whole
his
deal
old
is, but
lady, I think a black dude piped out his old lady. And
gotta
that,
be.
yeah, I really do. I think we'll find that out in the future. But he said he got a baby, so it means there's a woman out there. I think a black, and we got, and I have to admit, I'm a black man. We're wrong. We
Yeah,
wrong. We wrong for that. We need to start turning it down, man. I don't know why some of us won't. But we can't be out here fucking on all these dudes, women, man. Look at the problem we
Hey,
caused.
look at Shaka Lulu, dude. He said he doing the Lord's work. Y'all niggas shit.
I heard though he had black in his family. So what I was
Oh
told by one
man.
of my friends that know him from school, he has like nieces and nephews and shit. So shit don't make no motherfucking sense.
Nah, man, that's not cool, man. Whoever this dude is really weird, man.
And I'm mad that he even got this much attraction for like academics. So well, that kind of not really. I don't want him to be put up there on like academics' platform. Like the whole world gonna see, but at the same time, I want the whole world to see him and then him to go down. You know what I mean?
So he's just a streamer. I mean, how many followers does he have? Do you know?
I have no clue, bro. Like I
He
I
gets
I don't even like watching him.
now he got like GoFundMe's or Cash Go and all that. He got stuff like that. He gets a lot of money. I think he got a Patreon. As
Mhm.
Oh
far
yeah,
as
I
as
bet he
far as
do.
as far as his platforms, he's on Pump. So I'm saying he keeps moving. So and then people get his stuff and they put it on the tubes and all of that.
yeah,
But it's something else going on with this guy. Now I don't know what happened. Maybe one day we'll find out. Maybe a brother knocked down his old lady. Maybe that's why she broke up with him. Because a lot of that stuff, when they get full races, a lot of you find out it's something going on behind the
right, right. But it ain't because of money and shit like that. Like it can't be. If that was the
and,
case, there'll be far more people doing this.
yep, and real racism, you don't need black men to fuck your wife. You
Right.
believe what you
Shit,
believe.
some of them like that. Some of them
No,
want you to do it.
He might like it right now. Shit. Who knows?
no, you believe what you believe, and you've always believed it, and you're well adjusted. You're married, kids, a decent job, but you don't like other races and you believe the white race is
Yeah.
superior. That's a real white supremacist. Now, what they do or whatever, I'm not for that. Like they violate their. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that they don't need a black man to come in and fuck on their baby mama, and then all of a sudden, oh, you cheated on me with a black man. Now they walking around with a Stetson hat and cigars, talking, calling black people niggas. That's not a real white supremacist.
Yeah, even the real white supremacist was like on his ass. Like they hated the stuff he was doing. But sometimes somehow like, like paid him. Like they're giving him money to do. I don't know. It's I don't know. Some of them are giving money, some of them hate him.
Well, this is a conservative. He said white conservative. This is your mainstream modern American 2026 red, white, and blue conservative white male. You're looking at him right here, Chud the Builder. When
And
you when
Clark,
you no, when you take a look at what a conservative is, bam,
hmm
there you go. Chud.
right. And Clarksville's the worst place to do it at, man. Like Clarksville's so diverse. He hasn't ran into anybody in Clarksville to do some shit. Like he picked and chose his battles. I know a lot of people there, man. Like people that will up pipe on him just because they even know who he is. So I don't know how he's skating around. He just goes to Nashville and does it. He goes downtown Broadway because there's active police down there. There's always law enforcement there. He's safer. Everybody is toting in Clarksville. Literally everybody. Everybody in Nashville too, though, but everybody in Clarksville is mainly soldiers. These are all veterans, soldiers, some significance. And he knows that he knows that.
Uh-huh.
That's why he goes down to Broadway. Like he doesn't do it in Clarksville that much. He stopped doing that.
So he's hiding.
Yeah, pretty much. He's definitely um it's all playing. Like he knows what he's doing. It's calculated.
That's sad, man. I mean, as men, I thought we liked women. I thought we wanted to smash them. It's sad
Right.
now we walking around just to call them names and comment on their clothing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when I go to Walmart, man, I don't know those women, but when I go to Walmart and she's in shape with an exceptional body and she wants to share that with the world, I don't have no problem with that. And I've seen them. In my opinion, the shorts may be too high,
But I
but
mean,
I don't know the women, so I'm just saying. I say it's a little bit too high on her, but I go about my
but
business.
it, but it's best not to say nothing though.
Well,
Like
why would I?
I know you said
I
earlier
don't know
that.
that woman. I'm not in a position to comment like that about her.
Nah, I ain't talking about the woman. I'm talking about like what you said earlier when you said dude messing up the game for you. Like I said,
If he's getting where security don't want people to interact with each other, he's out there smoking and talking shit. He messing it up for players.
Well,
I mean,
downtown Nashville, man. Like, yeah, they're it's not gonna miss anything for any man, really, what he's in down
right?
there.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Like there's so many people there every day, man, from all over the world. Like you only see the same person twice.
right.
Well, he got arrested.
Yeah,
So
I found out from your YouTube channel. I went on YouTube just earlier and I was like, oh shit, he got arrested. I don't even know what for actually. I was trying to come find that out.
he skipped out on a meal. He was eating a steak or something, and it was a dark place. And the people noticed him, recognized him, complained to the staff, and the
Right.
staff asked him politely to leave. He said that I'm not paying if y'all, because this happened a bunch of times. If you guys
Uh
kick me out, I'm not paying. And that guy, you could hear the white guy, and he said, "You bullshit." He said, "You leaving and you paying." And I guess he walked out, and they're not going to take matters into their own hands. They called the authorities. They gave a description, and out and about like he was picked up.
okay. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. The Memphis boys are looking for him too.
He's not going to come to Memphis. He should come to the Bill Street. Chud.
No, see,
Shit,
that's too much, man. You ain't got to be looking. I'm saying,
if he went to Memphis, it'll be over with.
we ain't wishing nothing like that on the dude.
We're not at all. But no, we keep thinking it's black people. I would say so. I think the white people would have an issue with him in Memphis. They're not with that race stuff like that. No, we get it unjust. We get all of that. But I'm telling you, man, they just you know what? Anybody who's ever been in a trap house, you see just as many white people running around there on drugs and all of that. All of that. So, and it's like there ain't no such, they don't look at it as racial like that, the way he does. You could go into a trap, it might be four white dudes, and you go upstairs. Guess who's running it? It's a black dude up there.
Right.
And
Yeah,
you look at him, and you say, man, this your trap. He's like, yeah. You say, all them white folks there? He said, most of my customers white. He said, yeah, they all work for me. What about it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have these hang-ups on race, but in the real world, it don't work that way.
Right.
So he was trying to jump off a race war, and looks like he's gonna get arrested.
Yeah. It's either jail or him getting hurt, him getting touched. That dude in that thing, that orange charger though, he was 2 seconds away.
Uh,
Yeah, he was 2 seconds away. Yeah, he was. I know for sure.
uh, nah. What I'm saying, it was early. I'm saying, do that. I bet you he won't walk up and down about 3 in the morning when them clubs close and them dudes is on that weed and that liquor and they
Yeah.
out looking for trouble. It's gonna be people out there. That's what I'm saying. It's dudes out there looking. It last night I can go look at somebody lost their life. Somebody came through shooting. And he's
Right.
walking around trying to act like man, I'm telling you that what we just saw, that optic, if I was him, I'd get his stuff up. That looks terrible.
Hmm.
That looks terrible. You talking to those young ladies who are out and about doing what young women do, and you basically cursing them out?
You talking about those foreigners, those ones from
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about what we just saw.
oh, okay.
What we just saw. And I'm saying that the men in Nashville, that's going to be an affront to them. They're not going to co-sign that.
Nah, nobody in Nashville co-signing that.
It seems like he get most of his love from black guys. Yet
Uh
he don't like black people. That's crazy, but it looks like it.
I haven't really seen that from guys, but I've seen that from like some of the women, like in Clarksville, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's
I've
that.
seen some videos like that.
Uh,
But like a lot of them are like I think the ones I seen in Nashville on the video the other day or yesterday, it was like they're like Arabic or something like that.
yeah, I saw that. That fat dude, that fat
Yeah.
Samoan looking dude. I saw that.
Hmm.
He don't like women. You can look and say he an incel because when he was calling that British chick a bitch, he was losing his mind. I was looking at him and I was watching Chud call that British chick all these names, and that Arabic or whatever that dude, he about fell out. It's like
Right.
that dude a incel.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
Somebody's got to examine it too, because I haven't been able to find rhyme or reason, but somebody's got to examine why incels like to see women get humiliated.
Mm. Shit,
I
he
mean,
probably ain't packing like that.
Why do business?
Oh
yeah,
shit.
Yeah, why do women like why do guys who are incels have they enjoy watching women being humiliated?
because you have women that like to watch men get humiliated.
Okay, no, forget that. I'm talking about why do incels like to see women get humiliated?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The same thing.
Because he
What they
deal
got
with
to do with
he deal with trauma.
yeah, but what does that have? What does what a woman is doing have to do with what a man is doing?
You talking about the same energy. If that's what he's paying attention to, then I mean, or experienced or whatever, it's obviously something happened to him, or somebody passed something on to him. So, like I said, you don't know what's up with this guy. You don't know his motives. Like I said, I'm thinking he's just doing it for money, but like I said, he might enjoy it at the same time. So I don't know, man.
It's like at this point he gotta like he probably was like, I gotta go full on if I'm gonna do it because his business ain't doing anything in Clarksville. You got a lot of people there. There's a lot of soldiers that got side business, like we be building houses and doing all this other stuff. So Clarksville is like, you got people from all over the world. And he's not gonna make it in that place. He will have to move somewhere that's like somewhere on the outskirts of Tennessee. He needs to go or like Nashville. I mean, like he needs to go to Springfield or something like that. I don't know. One of those outside cities in Tennessee.
Uh Luma Toki or whatever she says, the only people that co-sign this is men who hate women like do business.
Yeah, I was hoping that you didn't read that.
No. What we gonna do? You gotta join. If you're gonna join,
They need to block her, man, because
we gotta
she
get rid of
don't.
you. Yeah, I gotta get rid.
These people don't know nothing about you.
I think I know who this is. I think that's
It's
a
sad,
fake
man.
account. Yeah, a lot of these people do business. They don't like you, and they've been up here before. Look, Loki, hit the link or we gotta block you. We let you get away with a lot of your anger.
And when you say a lot of people don't like, what reason? Like, I just don't get it, man. That shit is crazy. I appreciate it though. I
No,
guess it's a good thing.
we let her get away with a lot of her anger, man. If she can't come up, we got to get rid of her. We don't do that.
You got to go.
Yeah, we don't do that over here. Lumen, we don't do that over here. Now, do business. This could be some guy who's a hater pretending to be a woman.
Oh God, man.
A femcel. Yeah, you're right, Shaka Nu. A femcel.
Not good, man.
This is a femcel. No doubt about it.
The internet is weird, man.
It
That's what
is.
I'm telling y'all, man. It's
I I've
shout out
done.
to Platt though, man. He ain't like that. But I don't know about these other motherfuckers.
I done seen it all too, man. Like I've been rocking with like King AK-47 for a while. I've been doing a lot of stuff for his channel. Like, you know, the past couple years, I seen all types of crazy shit.
I can't
I
believe
promise you, man. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Shaka Nulu says he rubs his hands. He gets the Birdman hand rub when he sees women get humiliated.
Oh man.
She
You don't
said
know what Shaka went through, man. I'm telling you, man. You don't know.
she said she can't come up today, but she gonna get you because she wants to get on you. Do
No,
biz.
she ain't. No, you're not. No, you got to be like Jazzy that showed me love. You can't. I ain't finna argue with you. No, you don't want none of this. No, you don't.
Or maybe she does.
Mm-mm. No, I'm good. The
But
motherfucker
anyhow,
coming
though,
after me, goddamn. I ain't no Anton Daniels and shit. Go holler at him. Shit.
what you think about all these dudes do business? They get
Yeah.
that social media money, right? You follow me?
Hmm. Yeah.
They get their social
Yeah.
media money and then they run behind all these women who they know don't want them. And then they get when it comes out, they try to explain it. You was tricking. She got she put a baby on you. She knew, and then all of a sudden now you don't want to do nothing. And somebody said he's stealing that woman's phone. That was they say he's still calling her. Yeah, some of these dudes they meant to be used by women. It's just inevitable. A woman is online talking about you like a dog, you in her phone. Yeah, it's an opportunity, man. A lot of these women just take it.
Yeah, what you was saying, play. I had lost you for a minute.
Oh,
What y'all was saying?
don't worry about it.
Okay.
And you know what? What we're gonna do? I'm looking at this time. This is Sunday. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and shut this down, man. We appreciate you.
All right. All right.
Talak or whatever your name is, don't be a stranger. I love to see you explain yourself. Shout out to the chat box. We made our point, and that's the whole reason we do this stuff to make our point. And JJ, next time, man, come up sooner. Subscribe to the channel, man. That way you'll be notified when we go live again. Subscribe to the channel, JJ. Like, share, support. We got Chud. He's been arrested. He was arrested last
Get the
night.
stream in.
Yeah. Next time, brother. There we go. Shout out to Chud the Builder. We don't know how it's going to work out. We hope it works out for both people, everybody's favor. We hope it. Um, You live your life the way you want to live your life. If I was you, I wouldn't live like him. Life is too short to have to go get handcuffed. And we out. Yeah, happy Mother's Day. My fault. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. I didn't even say that the whole show. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. And we out.